Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
It is
morning.
good to see everyone. I'm super
Good
excited to
morning.
jump in today. We've got a little bit of catch up to do from last Monday, but lots to go over. All right. We left off talking about securing our listing appointment, and we were just about to sit at the kitchen table and have the conversation with the seller. So, here is the storyline that we were following, listings from A to Z. First, it was secure the listing appointment, which is kind of in a prior class, prospect, find prospects. Where are you going to find your next listing? Prospect, prospect, prospect. Once you have that listing appointment set up, then set the appointment. Ensure all the parties are going to be there so that you're not the big secret. And then the before the listing appointment, before whether it's that morning or the night before, you're going to drive the community and preview the competition. We spoke about when you're previewing the competition, make sure you'll tell the listing agent that that's what you're doing so that the seller is okay with you previewing it for the reason why you're previewing it and they don't prepare their home for your preview. Most of the time, I'm walking the vacant properties, which is usually not an issue at all. And I usually will stop by the amenity center if I've not seen it just to put eyes on it. And I'm trying to learn what is inside this community. Maybe I'll even Google the community a little bit to determine from the HOA's website. Do they have walking trails? How many community pools do they have? What is offered in that community so that I know? Is it an attractor or is it just, a community park? What's going on in there? Delivering a pre-listing packet to the front door. And we watched a video on Monday about the pre-listing packet and some good ideas and things that you'd want to put into a pre-listing packet. We also visited RPR and we printed an RPR, played with the CMA that's inside our RPR, and we did refined value inside RPR. And so RPR is a huge tool. I think you should be using it on a regular basis. So I like to slip the RPR report inside the pre-listing packet, along with information about, the Realty Texas listing packet, and you can slip the code of ethics in there, and some other documents that we kind of went over specifically regarding that pre-listing packet. Then it's about doing the CMA. So printing the tax data and the prior MLS listings and printing out the comps and doing the comp analysis like we did on last Friday. So the CMA is done and ready, including the graph that you all put into Teams that you did on your homework. So thank you all for doing that. Call the listing agents for the pendings. So the ones that are pending, have a conversation with the listing agent to determine what's going on with them. What happened with that offer? Are they willing to give you that professional courtesy? Did they meet value? Did they exceed value? When are they going to close? Those are the kind of pieces of information that you're looking for, that you're hoping that they'll share with you, because if you're coming on market and they're pending, it very well could be that they're closed before you're under contract and have an appraisal done, which means these are likely to be your comps. If they're your comps, then at some point they're going to be reported sold, and us knowing what that reported sold value is going to help us now because we don't know what they're going to be reported sold. If they're reported at the list price, that could help us. If they reported more, that could help us. And if they are reported less than asking and we have a declining market, we need to know that so we don't make a mistake when we come on market and then list high. Then, as we're doing, after we've contacted the pendings and we've done all of our preliminary CMA work, then we're going to try to ascertain the most probable list price versus a negotiated sales price. Where do we think we're going to end up? Putting the range and using the cover page, and then doing the CMA sales graph like we did before from the purchase date all the way to today's date. So you can see the graph and you can see how it's changed value over time. And then calculating that loan balance, going to the tax records, taking a look to see what their current loan balance is, taking it to bankrate.com and figuring out using the amortization schedule exactly what their current loan balance is. And again, we've done all of these things together. So this is a review of setting the stage about where we're about to head, which is the kitchen table for the listing appointment. So once all of that is done, you're preparing your IBS or at least printing it, printing out and filling out the listing agreement. So you have the listing agreement filled out. We talked on Monday about the list price. I leave that blank. That's up to you to leave blank, but I'm bringing out a range and I haven't been inside the house yet. So how in the world am I going to have a finite number when I've not been inside? So I'm bringing my comps out there and I'm going to be at the ready for them to use their pen and fill in the list price. And when it comes to the commission amount, I showed you the trick of 678. You can implement that in your business if you'd like. I have several agents, including Sean Thompson, who's implemented that several times. And she's come into the office hooting and hollering that she got her 7% listing signed, and she was super excited about that. Sometimes we approach a listing with the scarcity mindset that they don't want to pay us our normal fee and that they're probably already looking for a discount, when the reverse very well may be true. And so we typically don't ever ask if the seller would like to pay us a bonus. We're sometimes coming at the listing appointment with the mindset that they're going to beat us up even at our normal rate. So 678 opens up that conversation, and you'll be surprised at how many people circle seven. And when that starts happening for you and your business, you're going to start realizing that the conversation over compensation is a much friendlier conversation than maybe we had in our mind before. Now we have all of our legwork done. We've toured the community, we've run our comps, we've done the CMA graph, we've filled out our listing agreement the way that we like to have it. We've got our file folder with their name printed on the outside of it. All of our documents are inside. And now we're just going to prepare ourselves for the listing appointment the next day. So we're going to get a good night's sleep. Maybe we're going to do yoga. We're going to, in the morning of, dress to impress. And then we're going to arrive on time. And we even talked about what the definition of that arriving on time is. People do not like it when you arrive 15 minutes early. They're typically running around the house trying to get prepared for you. And if you take away some of that time, sometimes that is time that they needed and it will frustrate them. So I want to not have any layers of frustration when I ring that doorbell. So I'm going to show up at the property. I'm going to show up to the community 15 minutes early. And then I'm going to show up at the property exactly on time. And then we talked about the 10 things in 10 minutes. Opening the door, locking it from the inside and closing the door so my horn doesn't go off. I don't have my car wrapped with real estate phone numbers or names because maybe the kids and their neighbors don't know that the home is listed or it's going to be listed because they're just a little bit um, trying to figure things out and they don't want the kids to know yet. They don't want the neighbors to know. So I don't want to be the one to let that cat out of the bag yet. And then I'm walking up to the property and I'm taking a mental snapshot of what's going on with curb appeal because I know when I take this listing, it's going to be my job to help them with the ideas of what's necessary to prepare this home for market. And the most important thing is the curb appeal. So then I'm looking at the grass and edging it. And does the tree need to be trimmed? Does the house need to be painted? Do the screens need to come off? Do the shrubs need to be reduced? Does the garage door need to be replaced or is there dents on it? Does the sidewalk need to be power washed? And I'm not suggesting things that's not going to have an immediate return. So we spent quite a bit of time just on that one thing about what it is to prepare the home for market in the front of the house. And we're going to do some staging tips here at the end of the class for some stuff ideas on the inside. So as I'm walking to the front door, I ring the doorbell, they open the door. I've got my file folder in case I accidentally forget their name as I'm taking my mental snapshot and looking at the front of the house. And they open the door. They invite me in. I'm looking at the ground for shoes to determine whether or not this is a no shoes. And I'll ask them, shoes okay? And they'll let me know if they are or not, and I will respect them. So I've prepared myself with nice socks in the event that they are a no shoes household and find my way to the kitchen. I will ask them where they'd like me to sit. I have a preference, so if they ask me, I like to sit on one side with someone at the end and someone across from me so that I can turn my papers upside down and talk to both of them at the same time. Because if they put me at the end of the table and there's one to the left and one to the right, that becomes awkward in having a conversation and signing documents. So I rather have them both kind of huddled up across from me so that I can turn my papers upside down. But so I pack it down and ask who's going to give me the tour, who'd like to give me the tour, and then I have them walk through the property. And every time I walk into a room, nice. I look out for the positive things. And because I know what I'm looking for is nice size closets, nice size rooms, because everything else we can fix, depending on what their budget is, and everything has a price. So uh, if the home has deferred maintenance, then it's and declutter as much as possible, clean it up as much as possible, and just make it, as presentable as possible. If it needs to be painted and they have a budget, then we're going to talk about um, helping them with get trades to prepare the home for market. If not, we talk to you about some tricks and tips on how to properly price a property when it doesn't match the comps. That two times rule or the 1.5 times rule, depending on whether or not your average days on market are under or over 30 days. Once the tour has been given, then now I'm sitting at the kitchen table and ready to have my conversation with the seller. So this is kind of where we left off on Wednesday. We were on slide number 1000. So this is where we're going to start the story over again. So I like to have my phone on silent. I recommend that. Um, I also recommend a good old-fashioned business card. You should have some. The V card is cool. Don't get me wrong. I use it all the time. But I like to leave a business card for my clients at the kitchen table, and I always have a business card inside my file. Um, I always leave my sunglasses in the car. This is a pro tip. I've lost so many sunglasses by leaving sunglasses at the kitchen table. And so leave the gum outside. Wear your suit jacket inside and keep it on. Tie suit jacket. So, this is a formal presentation. So you should be in the mindset that you're in a job interview. And I don't know how many of you go to a job interview and take off your jacket and put it on the chair behind you and talk to the employer in front of you, but that's not the way to do it, right? So we're going to remember that we're in a job interview. We're not going to show up with sunglasses or chewing gum or any of those things. We're going to be prepared and in the mindset for that job interview, and then have nice pens available. Realty Texas has pens that we've ordered. You can grab some of those that are branded Realty Texas, or you can order some pens. I have a couple that I particularly really like that I order that is really inky blue pens. Miguel knows this and he can tell you what they are, but they're a precise V10. And the V10, actually, someone turned these on to me about 3 years ago, and they're a very inky blue pen, and they really have a nice a sign to them when people are signing. And actually, I know that when I go on a listing appointment and I bring my V10, that I'm always going to hear the same thing. "Ooh, this is a nice pen. Can I keep it?" It always happens that way. So Precision V10, it's a cool thing. It's super, super inky. It's great for signatures. So I always bring out a couple of brand new V10s and have them ready, and usually I leave without them because you don't want to show up and they don't have a pen to be able to sign your listing agreement. And I always give them two because I don't want them to have to be, trading the same pen back and forth because I want them to sign my listing appointment. My goal there is to leave with the listing agreement signed. That's why I came there, is to get my listing agreement signed. So we're going to talk about the assumptive close, um, and moving right in from the presentation to having them sign your listing agreement without skipping a beat. So first impression is everything. So when you get to that front door, the eye contact, the smile, remember Vanessa Van Edwards? People decide whether they like you in that first couple moments. So eye contact is important. Look them in the eye, shake their hand, and be friendly and introduce yourself. I know you're probably going to be a little bit nervous on your first few listing appointments. That's okay. That's natural. They might even be a little bit nervous too. But once you've done it a few times, the nervousness is going to be replaced by excitement. You're going to be excited to go in and share your listing agreement presentation because you know that they're going to be excited about what you're about to share. And that's what's so beautiful about this segment of Mega. is that most of the time, when real estate agents don't have a strong presentation, they don't know what to say. So they're saying the same thing that everyone else says. I'm going to put a sign, I'm going to do a lockbox, I'm going to get nude photos, and maybe I'll do an open house, right? That's the same cookie cutter thing that all the listing agents out there are doing. But they're not having a deep enough conversation about what they're really going to do to sell the home. So they're talking about themselves and their spouse and their dog and named Doodle and all the things. We're going to leave all that out. We're going to get they're really excited about what we're going to do to sell their home, which is why they invited us to their home in the first place. So, again, be cognizant that people sometimes don't wear shoes. I know we covered that a few times, but that's a big one. Now we're on number five. Um, I don't set anything down without asking. I find my way to the kitchen, ask if I can sit my folder down. Do you mind if I sit here? And then who would like to give me the tour? Point out something positive from every single room, as I discussed. And now we're on number seven. After the tour, find a seat at the table. And then once everyone is comfortable, now it is time to go through our listing presentation. And this is what we're going to spend the next 45 minutes on. And then it's actually kind of interesting that we're doing it this way with pulling the listing agreement into today, because then we're going to go directly into the grand open house day and it's going to flow. It's actually going to flow a little bit better. So I think this is going to be an advantage for you. But first, we have to explain the 70% versus the 30%. So let's just think of a listing 123 Main Street. 123 Main Street is going to be coming on the market. What is the buyer pool for 123 Main Street? So we have to identify how many buyers in the market are currently in the market looking for this particular property. Now that's hard to ascertain, but we know how many buyers are looking for an actual home versus what kind of home they're looking for. So let's just zoom out for a moment and say how many buyers are in the market any given time. So regardless of how many of them there are, let's just say the 100% of the buyers that are in the market at one time. All of them. We're going to call it the 100%. At some point, they're going to hire a real estate agent. And remember the statistic I keep giving you. Somewhere between 85 and 90% of buyers choose the first real estate agent they meet. And often it's in an open house, or it's by clicking a button on a website or scheduling a tour online. That means before that event happened, that buyer was not represented, right? There are a lot of those people out there that are starting the home search. We know that most buyers start the home search where?
Don't know.
Online.
Exactly right. Most buyers are starting their home search online, which means they didn't pick up a phone and schedule an interview with a real estate agent to hire a real estate agent. They started with a house search first. So, how many of the buyers at any given slice of a day, today, the 15th, the 30th of next month, at any given slice of the day, how many are in the I haven't hired a real estate agent yet, I'm looking online, versus I hired a real estate agent and now I'm kind of really dialed in with a portal and signed a buyer representation agreement. And that's the statistic between the 70 and the 30. And we're going to explain this to the seller and we're going to break it down and make it really super simple. But the better you understand something, the better you're able to explain it. I'm going to give you scripts and then you're going to watch a video here in a moment where we actually sit with the seller and walk them through the whole thing. And then I'm going to put you in groups for that. That's going to happen in a moment. So 70% is the number. 70% of the buyers at any given time don't have a real estate agent. That's 2/3 of the buyers don't yet have a real estate agent, but they are going to find themselves as part of that third soon enough. It could be in a week, it could be in a month, it could be in 6 months. We don't know. But some event is going to occur that is going to get them excited enough to take the next step. So, how do we then communicate to them? Because the 30%, they already started the home search. They've either gone to Zillow, clicked a button, and an agent called them, and that relationship culminated into a rep agreement, or they walked into an open house, and that culminated into a representation agreement. They went to a builder and a builder referred an agent, or they called their past agent. But in some way or another, something caused that buyer to end up getting in the presence of a real estate agent who had the conversation about getting hired. They signed the rep agreement, and likely there's a representation agreement and a buyer portal in the MLS, which means that person is being served by the MLS. We know that the 30%, these people who are already represented, that is what the MLS does as a core product. What it does well is syndicate information to a real estate agent's buyer client. That is what it was designed for. It was also designed for offer compensation, and so that's been stripped. So it's back to a bare bones system that the MLS is designed to help a real estate buyer agent be connected and syndicate listings to that buyer so that the buyer can be choosing the properties that they want to see. Essentially, that's what it is. So you can argue from the listing side that, it's to put the listing in to go to the buyers to make it to the buyer agent. And we're going to talk about that side as well. But we know that when we put a property in MLS, it's going to do a good job reaching the buyer who has a real estate agent because the real estate agent put them in a buyer portal. And the reason that's different than Zillow is because the real estate agent sat down with the client and they learned enough about what their max price is, the area, the square footage, and they have a dialed in home search. So when a property comes on market, that consumer is getting a notification immediately the moment the listing is either price reduced and falls within their bracketed range, and they get a notification of a price reduction, and a new listing shows up in their portal and they get a notification, or a brand new property hits the market and they get that notification. So they're being notified immediately of a new listing that's relevant to what their home search is. Then they grab the phone, they start looking at the photos and determine whether or not they want to see it. That is the advantage that the 30% get. So when I'm an agent, I'm not really worried about the 30%. In fact, I know that the 30%, if I have a listing that's coming on the market that is properly prepared for market and properly priced, and I've got good photos and good video, and I'm going to have my coming soon campaign, I know that people are going to come to the open house. So I know that I'm going to get that traffic. The question is, though, what about the 70%? How are they finding out about properties? And this is the story for them. They are doing something very, very different than the rest. Somewhere between 11 o'clock and 11 p.m. and 2 in the morning on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, after dinner, after the dishes, after the last bit of laundry is being folded, they go to the living room, collapse on the couch, and they grab their iPad and they start dating houses. They go to Zillow, they go to homes.com, they start clicking favorite, they start scrolling left, 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 and they're going through the inventory and they're trying to find something. But they're doing that on their own and they're not doing it on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday by and large. It is very late at night on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now, that is almost the foundation of the story that we're going to tell the seller. And it is so incredibly true. Think about it for a moment. Think about all of the listings that you've put in the MLS in the past. When did you submit it to the MLS for an open house? Was it Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday? Or was it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? 99.999 agents who have a listing who are going to do an open house put the open house live on a Thursday or a Friday. When is the last time that you decided to throw a party and wanted as many people to come as possible and you gave people 1 day notice to come and expected people to come? That's part of the story. But the other part of the story is that we know that the 70%, the two-thirds that we're trying to get their attention, they don't have a portal. They don't have automatic notifications hitting their inbox that says a new listing popped up. And there's tens of thousands of listings. And so there's a flood. They go, they do a quick search and they don't really even know what price range to search for. And there's page 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. And there's so many pages that, after they got to page 3, it's, midnight and they're done. And maybe they never even came across your listing. So listings that have open houses on them are prioritized and show up earlier in the search results. So if an agent puts it live in the MLS by noon on Monday for their open house on Saturday and Sunday, then between 11 o'clock at night and 2 in the morning, that 70%, that two-thirds who has the number one searched time for them is late Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. If your open house is live at that time, they have a huge propensity of coming across it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have saw it at all because it wouldn't have been live in the MLS at all. It would have been buried. And if they came across it, oh, that's pretty, but what are they going to do about it? They're not ready to call an agent yet. But they come across your listing. Now it's prioritized, so it's earlier in the search results. It says open house, and now all they have to do is come. That's a whole different value proposition for them. Oh, this one's really nice. Look at these photos. It's got an open house on Saturday. Hmm, maybe we'll come. They don't sign up, they don't call anyone. They know that all they have to do is show up. They would not be coming to the open house if it hadn't been advertised for open house. But we're missing each other because most of the agents are listing it on Friday and they're not looking on Friday. They're looking primarily on Monday or Tuesday. Now, when the 70% eventually turns into the 30%, then yes, they're getting automatic notifications and they're looking all the time. But we're talking about the 70% who are a little bit earlier in the search process, where studies say if they found the house, they would turn into the 30% almost immediately. So that's where those buyers come from who come to an open house. They love it. And now they're trying to get with a lender and they're starting the process. So I want that party. I want to grab the 70%, and I want to speed them up. And I want to slow down the 30%. Because if I can get the 70% and the 30% to both descend upon the property at the same weekend, I have the highest propensity of putting that property into a multiple offer situation. And no one is touching the 70%, and they're missing them. And what makes matters worse is that sometimes they are showing up on Monday and the open houses were left over from the weekend. And everything that they're seeing is from the prior weekend, and nothing is scheduled for the next weekend yet. So we're going to tell that story. I'll need you guys to wrap your head around it so you completely get it really, really well so you can tell that story. But then at some point, it's going to sink in and you're going to realize, wait a minute. There's a different way to list a property to make sure that it has mass exposure on the market, that we're going to gain some momentum, build some hype, and have a huge, huge success at the grand open house weekend. And that is the kind of story that the seller wants to know. How you're going to take the right photo and the right video and how you're going to list it at the right time, what the buyer behavior is doing on these websites so that you can capture their attention, so that you can get the biggest buyer pool to show up at the grand open house weekend so that you can try to sell it in the first 10 days, which is going to help the seller have a higher net on the sell, pay less in closing costs to the buyer, hopefully get into a multiple offer situation, which is likely even in the market that we're in today. And if 6 homes sold last month and there's 6 homes on the market, we know that the buyers are all going to gravitate to the one that's going to offer them the most. And if you can properly prepare, properly price, and get the right collateral, you're very likely to get 2 buyers in that market to come to yours and get into a soft multiple offer situation. And that just means securing list price, but you might even be able to do better. But in order to get this right, every single detail has to be scrutinized over and it has to have a plan, and you have to have a plan in pushing this forward. And the first time you do it, if you've not done it before, you will immediately notice the difference and you will never list a property another way again. This is how you'll do it, cookie cutter, over and over and over. I've been doing this now for almost 15 years. I showed Lisa my listing presentation 15 years ago, and for the last 10 years, that's the only thing that she does. And now Kim Dale and everyone else does the exact same thing. Once they learn this system, they don't ever do anything again. I'm going to show you exactly when to put it live in the MLS, how to leverage 2 MLSs to feed to each other, and to have the biggest audience possible at the open house weekend. But Sirhan, has a very famous line that says, no amount of marketing or advertising can overcome bad pricing. So if you've done all of these things, if you did all of these things right, the great photos, the great video, you did the timing right, but you're $15,000 priced high, it's not going to work. And you're going to blow through those first 15 days and you will have not allowed any air to fill your sale and you're just going to stagnate on market and it's all going to come back on you. It's not going to be successful. So this particular slide is inside your seller guide. I'm going to zoom in because I know you're probably struggling to see it. So let's first look at this one. NAR, the most popular time to search for homes online. As the market makes reading real estate listings online a common activity for households, a new study shows house hunters tend to be more active at certain times of the day and week. The most popular time of the week to search for a home is Tuesday at 8 p.m., according to a recent study of visitor activity with real estate listings at Redfin. That's after regular work hours, post dinner, post bedtime, smack dab in the middle of the work week. So Wednesday is the best day. Ironically, the second best day is not Thursday like people think. It's actually Tuesday. And the third best day is actually Monday. And the reason when we've looked into the studies over and over again, it's because of the kids. Weekend is pandemonium, or if they don't have kids, they're out doing things with friends and they've got, all the things. And then Monday rolls around, they've done dishes and they've done the laundry. They know they're going to work the next day, so they're not setting up any events and they crash on the couch and either they're doom scrolling, watching Netflix, or they're searching for houses. And if they're thinking about buying a home, they're going to be searching for houses. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are the days that they're doing it. And there's studies that prove this. And I knew this before the studies came out because I had proven it myself. And how I learned about this was I was doing what everyone else was doing. I was putting a property on the market on a Friday, and I was doing a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. And then Tuesday, I would start getting calls. And I kept thinking to myself, where were you this weekend when I did an open house? Because I kept getting calls on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and there was this delayed reaction. And after that pattern happened enough, because there was times I had 10 or 15 listings at any one time, and I kept having the same thing happen. And I said, I wonder what happens if I back it up a little bit. And I backed it up to Wednesday. And then things started changing. So then it actually had me dig into it and really do some research. And then I stumbled upon this, and it took me about a year to get it right. And I'm listing them now on Monday. And I'm going to show you exactly, well, starting 15 years ago, I started listing them on Monday. But for a short while, I was listing them on Wednesday until I realized what was really going on. And then it changed my listing presentation forever. So this shot over here on the left-hand side is actually part of your list, your Realty Texas listing guide. And if you've not taken Mega and you get through this page, you really don't understand what you're looking at. So you just kind of, pass by it because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But then once you understand it, this is a graphical explanation of what I'm explaining to you right now. There are in every single market in Texas, you have your primary MLS. For Austin, it is um, actress, whatever it is. In Houston, it's HAR. In Dallas, it's Netris. In San Antonio, it's Sabor. So there's always a primary MLS in these markets, but there's also always a secondary market, a secondary MLS. And most agents don't have multiple MLS subscriptions. Most agents are selling less than 3 properties a year, 3 to 5, and there's a lot of people selling those 3 to 5. So those are active real estate agents with buyers. But the important thing to remember is that they only have their primary MLS. So if they've created a portal search for that 30%, you know that as soon as something fits the client's actual criteria and it pops up new, that they're likely to see it, especially if it's priced correctly. They're likely to schedule and come out within the first 24 to 48 hours, which is relatively quickly. But the 70%, They're interested on weekends, and so there's a weekly cycle. So you're going to catch them on a Saturday or a Sunday, and likely you're not going to catch them to the next Saturday. So there's a 7 day delay for them. So you've got a new listing with a 30% coming in 12 to 24 to 48 hours after listing. And then you have the 70% who's coming about 7 days after a listing. So how do you get both of them to show up at the same time? I have to leverage multiple MLSs, and this is why I leverage multiple MLSs. With Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0, which is a rule in the MLS that says if you start advertising a property to the public, you have to have it in the MLS within 1 business day. That is the rule in the MLS. You cannot publicly market a property without putting it in the MLS, without having to go down to the MLS and filing some formal documents that the seller also has to sign. So by and large, no coming soon signs in the yard, none of this going on, right? It has to be in the MLS. Now there's flex listings, that's in the MLS. So whether or not the MLS is syndicating it out to the world or not, it has to be in the MLS. That's the rules that came out of 2020 for clear cooperation policy. That rule happened because there were some bad actors out there that were putting signs in the yard, trying to attract the buyer and hiding it from the MLS so they could try to double end it for themselves, which netted the seller less because they didn't get properly exposed to the market. So who knows what it really sold for. So this was happening at such a huge degree that NAR had to take a stance on it and said, fine, as you're ready to start publicly marketing it, you need to put it in the MLS. Well, it's funny because I was doing this before that, and it's exactly what I was trying to do is create the biggest hype as possible to get as many people to show up at the open house as possible so I could get into a multiple offer situation so I could sell it for more. So what I was doing worked pre Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0 and perfectly post a cooperation statement 8.0 as well. It works both. It works beautiful on both sides. So this is what I do. The reason I put it in a secondary MLS is because that agent doesn't have a buyer portal set up, and I'm not going to get a call from an agent saying, but, I need to see it today. They need to see it tomorrow. They're out of town buyers and we must see it today. What I'm trying to do is put it in the MLS on Monday at noon. No showings until Friday at 2. That's it. I put it in the MLS Monday at noon, and I go to showing time and I block out all of the showings until Friday at 2 o'clock. And in agent remarks, grand open house Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. You can pick whatever signs you want. So now it's being syndicated to Zillow, it's being syndicated to Realtor.com, and I use the secondary MLS, CTX MLS. And CTX MLS fills in like a figure eight around every single marketplace. CTX MLS goes around Houston. CTX MLS goes around San Antonio. It goes around Austin. It goes around Netris. So the secondary MLS is Central Texas MLS, which has over 7,000 members in it, subscribers in it. So it is the perfect one to use. So I put it in CTX MLS noon on noon on a Monday, and I check off the box that says create the open house, so it's automatically advertising the open houses, and I block out showings until 2 o'clock on Friday. And then at Friday at 2 o'clock, I put it in the primary MLS, just like all the other agents do, and set it for open houses. So that way, my CTX MLS is syndicating my listing to Realtor.com, Zillow, and Homes.com, and it's communicating to the 70%. And it's being prioritized because it has the open house records, and everyone is seeing it there. And now people are on Monday choosing to schedule their time. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. My Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com are working for me because it's building momentum and hype, and more people are choosing to come. And then I put it in the MLS on Friday, and that's giving it to the 30%. Now they're coming on Saturday and they're coming on Sunday. And a lot of times I'll get a call from an agent on Friday. Hey, are you doing an open house? Yeah, I'm going to send my people down. Here's their names are coming on Saturday. I get a lot of that too. An agent's just telling me that they're sending their people. So effectively what I'm doing is by putting it in CTX MLS and blocking out showings until Friday, what really is going on is I'm giving it to the 70% 5 days ahead because they're the slowest to respond. And I want to make sure that they can see it on Monday, on Tuesday, and on Wednesday night so that they show up on Saturday and Sunday. Then, boom, MLS on Friday, and then the represented buyers are showing up. So the 70%, I kind of sped them up and I kind of slowed down the 30% by giving the data to the 70% 5 days ahead. And then the 30%, which is the real estate agents who have their buyers, they start showing up as they normally would through the open house. So let me answer questions regarding this because I know that there's going to be some now that we've kind of given you the rough draft of this. Dominique.
I just want to make sure I understand. So, as far as delaying available showings,
Mhm.
you're saying that in the primary MLS, which let's say it's ABOR, the primary MLS, you're opening showings, but all of the secondaries you're delaying till Friday?
So, Dominique, I'm listing it in Central Texas MLS on Monday, and I'm listing
Right?
it in the primary MLS on Friday.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So Monday comes around, and by noon, I'm putting it in the primary MLS. I'm setting up the open house records. Hopefully, it's syndicating and doing all the beautiful things it does. And then it just sits there, no showing time. I put in the agent remarks, no showings until Friday at 2, and a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. And then I tell my seller exactly what we're doing and that they're going to from on Saturday and Sunday they're going to have a lot of showings back to back. There's going to be a lot of activity that weekend, so they should plan to go to the movies or if there's homes that they want to see, I'll get them with a buyer agent to start searching, but usually they'll just go to the movies and I've got custody of the house on Saturday and Sunday. And we have a lot of people come through. And then by Monday, we're dealing with offers and Tuesday we're usually going pending. Kevin.
Yes, sir. And do you have a sign in the yard on Monday because you're in that secondary MLS?
100% yes.
And that's not a
Oh,
problem for ABOR because it's just got to be in somebody's MLS. Is that
that,
correct?
that's correct. It has to be in an MLS, and that's what the rule is. So it is in an MLS, and so I can put the sign in the yard as soon as Sunday.
Okay,
And
perfect. Last question. And then the fact that the days on market don't match between the two, not a problem, doesn't bother you in the least. It's
I have no I don't care about the days on market. It's never affected me. Yeah, 0% care about that. Yep. Eric.
Hey, good morning, Jack. So, as
Morning.
far as your listings that are down in the, like for me, I work a lot of the clean area, so that's primarily CTX.
Yep.
Um, how would you go about doing that? I mean, I just had a listing that went live. I did it the same way, CTX on Monday and then ABOR on Friday. I followed it, but I don't know, is it the same impact or is it
No, it's not.
right?
If CTX MLS is in Four Rivers, which is their primary MLS, or if it's in Fort Hood or Temple, or even some areas next to Waco, that's the primary MLS. So you don't want, so the CTX is the primary, so you need a secondary. If it was me, I would be using HAR. I would not be using Actress because I know that Actress, it's almost like Actress and CTX is the primary MLS, right? Because 50% of people are using Actress and Clean, 50% of people is using CTX MLS, so they're kind of both the primary. So what I would be doing, and I know this is not going to be, this is like dropping a bomb, but I would be using HAR as my primary on Monday, and I would put it live in CTX and in ABOR on Friday.
Okay, got you.
hmm You're in that, and it's unfortunate what Waco did because Waco decided to go to Netris and pull away from their own MLS and move up north, which was a mistake. They should have gone to CTX MLS, and the brokers, when I was chairman, we had a broker meeting, and the brokers voted to go with CTX MLS. And their AE overrode the brokers and decided to get their own MLS, and then they went up to Netris. So you've got now four MLSs down there. You've got Netris and you've got CTX MLS and you've got Actress, and they're all overlaying each other in different ways. So it's a difficult market right now. Consolidation needs to happen in Killeen, Fort Hood, Waco area badly.
Okay, so real quick, Jack. So would I, in order to be combat effective with this plan, then your recommendation is to get HAR as well. So in essence, I would have three because I'm still trying to work the ABOR market.
Yes.
So ABOR, CTX, and HAR. Okay, thank you.
And there are some huge advantages of having a subscription with HAR. I mentioned it, and I'm sure you heard it already, as I mentioned last week, but HAR is the number one searched site in Texas for homes, and they have got a data feed with Austin, San Antonio, and Netris. And so those are often showing up in search results higher than those MLSs and showing up on HAR's website. And if you are a subscriber to HAR, you'll get those leads. And the year that ABOR decided to give an active data feed, what they call data sharing, to Houston, there was an estimated $300 million worth of referrals that came from Houston to Austin just because a Houston agent got the lead, picked it up, converted it, and referred it to Austin. So they referred the lead back to us. So it will probably pay for all three of your MLSs based on the referrals that you should be getting from HAR. I think it's that serious. Christina.
So I'm internalizing what you just said. So we would need to join HAR though, just like we have CTX and Actress, or just being a member and subscribing to HAR. I'm a little
Yeah,
confused on.
so I'm specifically talking to Eric right now because
Sure.
he's right
Right.
between Killeen, Fort Hood, Waco, Temple. That area is a very unique place. Georgetown, Round Rock, Williamson County, CTX MLS is the secondary and ABOR is the primary.
Okay.
Even though a lot of agents have CTX, they're not putting buyer portals in CTX MLS. CTX MLS is not where an agent goes to search for buyer ever. They use CTX MLS for one purpose, and that's to put a listing in there, but they're not putting a gateway in there. They're going to ABOR. And I can probably, all of us would say that's true. I very rarely go to CTX MLS and do a buyer search, but I do put my listings in there. So, because of that, one of the reasons why I'm trying to do this is because I don't want agents calling me trying to beat me up to try to get in. It lessens the drama on me if I put it in CTX MLS on Monday and I'm giving it to all these unrepresented buyers and things are pretty calm. If I put it in ABOR, the primary MLS on Monday, and I just put it there with open house Saturday and Sunday and no showings, I'm gonna get relentlessly beat up on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday to the point where it makes sense for me just to put it in another MLS where there are no buyer agents yelling at me. And that really is the reason. Okay, so this timeline here talks about the typical listing. Monday, they're not doing anything. Tuesday, nothing's happening. Friday comes around, they put it in the MLS. Saturday, open house. Sunday, open house. And now, Saturday, Sunday, the triggers go out to the 30% of buyers somewhere on Friday or Saturday. Over here, we're doing something different. On Monday, the triggers go out to agents that are represented by buyers. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're gaining momentum. Friday, the property is listed in the second MLS. Do your Saturday and Sunday open house. And then on Monday, you're often dealing with multiple offers. And so it just gives you a way to walk them through it on a piece of paper of where you are. And so if you're looking at this side of it, this is a typical timeline of what's going on versus this timeline over here. So it's we can theoretically talk about it, but until you've experienced it for yourself and actually do it, you're going to feel the difference with the people that are showing up to the open house. Okay, I'm going to do a breakout session here, and this is going to be the mock listing appointment. I mentioned on Monday that about a year ago, I went on one of my listing appointments. I brought my phone with me. I clicked record and I recorded the entire thing. Then I digitized it and I put it in AI. And this was an actual conversation between me and my seller, taking them through the comps from beginning to end. It is the very best way. Now there's a video names have changed to protect the innocent, that you guys can see exactly how, from start to finish, I walk through the comps and get my listing presentation signed all the way through. So this is going to be, I don't remember how many minutes this is, 15 minutes. So this is going to be one of the longest breakout sessions that we've had. I'm going to put you in there for 20 minutes. That 20 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to do a breakout session. There's going to be points awarded for the group captain who has the most comments coming out of their group breakout session. So you're going to go into your group, you're going to watch the entire 15-minute video together, and then I want you to debrief for at least 5 minutes about your major takeaways of what you noticed through that listing presentation. And then pick a captain, come back into main session. Does anybody have any questions before you head off into your groups? As we often do, we're going to start from the bottom up, going with group 5 first. Christina, Dominique, Eric, and Mary Beth. Who is going to be our spokesperson come in group 5?
Hello, that would be
Hello,
me.
Christina.
All right. So that was a tough assignment to get it all down into nuts and bolts. But our overview of everything, kind of the high level, just to start off, is the flow. So from the get-go, getting that appointment, asking the further questions to get the warm introduction, which is huge because your foot's already way in the door if you've been recommended. That is a big part of the battle. You can walk in with confidence because you can say that, I've sold for so and so, your friend, blah blah blah, and you're already great. But the going into that appointment, I feel it's kind of like the sandwich method, like when you're giving feedback. You start off happy. Hi, you walk in, you got the great impression. You look good. You've taken all the steps. You're totally prepared. You're walking through the house. You're giving all the compliments. Everything's great. Then you sat down at the table with all of your stats and you immediately address price right out of the gate. Let's talk about it. What's your expectation? Now let me give you my data that either backs up what you're saying or faces the hard reality, but you can't really argue with the stats. You're thoroughly prepared. You called the other agents. All of those things got you to be able to illustrate in very clear ways what that pricing should be. We all like the fact that you reference the appraiser throughout because it's so important that they understand it doesn't matter if you want $1 million, if the appraiser doesn't agree, you could end up with a problem. So we all thought that was great. A couple of the key takeaways, talking about the buyer turns it into a home, the seller turns it back into a house. I like to give a quick little example. I call it the home store. If you go into Bed Bath & Beyond, what's front and center? Do you want your house to be front and center? Do you want it to be in the sale box? Do you want it to be in last season's, polka dotted tiles, or do you want to be in the scratch and dent section? And typically they want to be in that front and center section. So that gives them a nice little visual. The big aha for me was the buyer wants to win. So I never thought of it that way about winning against the other buyers versus the seller, because they're going to beat up the seller, but if they're fighting against the buyer, that's huge. So we all like that. But going back to that sandwich, it was come in prepared, happy, have the tough conversation, then prep, getting them excited and prepping for what's to come. And by the time she left, she's excited. She's ready to go. So happy, hard, maybe tough conversations, get her on board for everything that needs to happen, and then excited.
Yeah. Thank you, Christina. All right. Excellent job. Group 4, Astrid, Bryce, David, Denise, Miriam, Eden. Who is the group breakout session for group 4?
It's me. This was a great group. I was writing so fast because there's so much good feedback. So, number one, gathering all the initial information in the beginning helps us understand both the seller's motivation and the seller's expectations, and that will help lead our conversation. No one else is doing this. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. This Just this process and how thorough it is will set us apart. It also allows us to demonstrate that we will get their house in front of more buyers because we are basing it on buyer behavior, not typical agent behavior. It generates a series of yeses that we talked about in a previous class that lead to an easy close.
Mhm.
It's backed up with real logical information and combines visual and facts so that we appeal across multiple personalities. It follows an order that's easy to understand. It covers other comps that the seller's probably already curious about anyway. So we touch on the closed and the pending and the active. And the seller, we proactively address things that the seller's already thinking about. Talking about the comps and how the the active ones especially and how they affect the seller's house and the outcome helps them to understand our strategy. And the illustration of beating up the seller versus buyers competing with each other um, makes a logical decision for the seller because they would rather buyers be competing with each other, and it's going to sound a lot less stressful to the seller. It's just enough detail to be clear, but not overwhelm the seller so we don't lose them in the middle of our presentation. Walking the other comps is also something most other agents probably haven't done. It helps us really explain how we got down to our comparisons and our decision. And the seller may have already done it. There's a chance the sellers have wandered into other open houses in the area and they've already seen some of these houses. The house versus home helps them understand what will impress the buyers and not all the like the seller stuff that they love. Although some of that is important, but they understand how the house needs to look to impress buyers. Also emphasizes that we know pricing and we will be good negotiators for them when they're a buyer as well, because there could be a second transaction here that we may win by doing well with this listing presentation. And it's more work up front, but it greatly increases our odds of getting the listing. So I think I covered everything my group said.
Good job, Miriam. Actually, better than good job. You set the bar for the class right now. So excellent. Thank you. Group three, Damien, Donita, Isabel, Janice, Kevin, Melinda, and Sarah. Who is the captain out of group three?
I am. I am.
You got big shoes to fill, Melinda.
I know, I know. We can't even doubt. Thanks, Mary. Well, we talked about a little bit, some of the things a little, I'll try and hit the different points. We talked a lot about how the agent, that he was positive, he was in control of the meeting from up front, but the biggest fact that he was prepared with data. So anything he wanted to present, it just flowed smoothly. He had answers. There was never, I don't think she ever felt stressed. That's what the implication that we talked about. And the biggest point that we liked is that he could explain very confidently anything, any of the numbers, because he was prepared. And the buyer information is sort of a new twist that I don't think she probably had ever heard. So those were our we liked that he laid out the multiple offer strategy. That was very clear how he was going to do it, how it would work, how it would be better for her. He didn't say, oh, you want 400. Well, I think we need to drop to 389. It didn't work like that. He came in with facts and gave her the information of, and then she sort of decided that's where it needed to be. So we focused a lot on how the agent was so prepared with his systems that he was effective.
Thank you, Melinda. Good job. You represented your group very, very well. We are up to group two, Amanda, Donna, Marlene, Mia, Mohammed, Veronica, and Islet. Who's the captain coming out of group two?
I am Donna.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hello, everybody. And I want to say ditto, 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 ditto to all of those things everybody said. Um, I agree with everybody, and um I think the agent came through. The preparedness was one of the biggest things. Um, the highlighting of the numbers drew her eyes right to the comps and everything so that you aren't wasting their time and they're trying to hunt the page. Colored photos. I like the fact that a lot of people I've seen just do black and white. The color brings the house alive to them. When I'm doing this, I like to offer to take them to look at the comps if they want, if they haven't seen them from an open house. Um, let's see. We have a rule of three that we saw in there that we felt was helpful. Um, the walking of the property. I'm not good at this. We had the price similar to yours. The comps getting in multi. I'm sorry. The flow the flow was very good from beginning to end. I've always in staging a home, I've always told people go to Walmart or wherever you buy bedding, buy new comforters and new towels to put around. At the end, once you've sold them, put them back in the bag and either use them or take them back, get your money back. Um, but start prepping your home for the listing. I like how he went through how he's going to list the property, the days it goes on the market, um, and the whole thing ending up with a big open house on the weekend. I think that has made sense. I've always been the put it on the market Friday, but this is just a new way of doing things. I mean, I would have even understood all this. The only thing that I would like to know after this, what if a person does not have the money to do these things? That's what I'd like to hear about, to be able to explain to them.
Yep, we covered that a little bit with the 2 times and 1.5 rule, but
Right,
we will be getting into that. So, uh,
right,
every home has a price, and if they're not able to bring up to market value, then we need to price it so that the budget's there, so someone is going to find the home attractive and have a budget to do those things because we know that that's what it's going to take to sell the home. All right, good job, Donna. Good job, group two. And was there anything else, Donna?
not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Indu, Jeanette, Jocelyn, Ileana, Melissa, and Tara. Who is our captain coming out of group one?
I am.
Melissa.
So the first thing I want to say is I feel like that if anybody was on the fence about using a realtor to sell their home, if you came in with this presentation the way that it is, you would really understand that our job is a full-time job and that it's not something that you can do on the side. That's just a side note from me. We talked about we talked a lot about the comparables and the multiple offer strategy with the for the 70% and 30%. That was something that really impressed a lot of people in our group. Indu talked about the two MLS, the time difference of pushing the listing is crucial to getting the 70%. She also was impressed with the preparedness with the loan amount and all of that, so that the agent looks prepared, like they know what they're talking about. Jocelyn talked about the pricing being compelling, um, uh, and being able to explain why, and about how the 389 got multiple offers where 400 they only got like 392. Like being able to put that out in a way that was understandable to the client. Let me see. The precise and easy information. They agreed to the seller's suggestions of price. Let me see. I'm trying to read. I have things written down. I apologize.
You're doing great.
Important mention of the MLS because to explain the strategy of how it's going to be specifically. I mean, it was really good. I mean, the what do you call it? Sorry. The basically every question that the client could have was answered 100%. Like they know, I mean, it was broken down in a way that is understandable to them and used, I mean, with already going and seeing the comparables and all that and being that kind of prepared definitely made the professionalism above and beyond what the person would have expected whenever they got there. And it's very impressive and definitely something that I want to emulate whenever I do it because it was really good.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, so as you know, that was a recording. That was my actual listing presentation. That's been my listing presentation for many, many, many years. Rinse, repeat over and over again. And I always get my listing. And there's sometimes I'm up against two or three agents. And you know that they're not getting the listing. I know that because they're talking about themselves. They're talking about MLS and open houses, and they're talking about the bare bones stuff that everyone talks about. But you got to have a conversation with the seller about what you're there to do and what you're going to do differently to sell the home. You got to have a business plan and come out there prepared and get them excited about what you're going to do. So know that there are people in this marketplace that that's how they're showing up to their listing presentations. And you should watch this a couple times, breathe it in, get yourself prepared. And if you follow this model, it will change the trajectory of your listings from this point forward without any question, and you will obliterate the competition. When you come to this company and you go to Mega and you walk away with this listing presentation, it will change your career. And there is no other broker out there that's teaching them how they do business at this level. So you're getting the wisdom of 20 years. So you walk out there with a meaningful difference to have that conversation at that kitchen table. It will change the amount of money that you bring into your business and the listing inventory from this point forward. You just have to get the conversation right. All right, it's 10:31. I owe you a break. We're going to break for our 10 minutes and we'll come back at 10:41 and we're going to pick up with more scripts. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. And Eric, did you have a quick question? I just saw your hand go up. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, if you don't mind. So I know for time, this probably wasn't in the video, but when do you go ahead and present the IABS? I know the listing agreement is, your representation, but do you do the IABS prior, or do you do that with the listing agreement?
It's on top of my listing agreement. It's the very first document.
Okay. So you go through these numbers and then boom, IABS and
Mhm.
listing agreement. Okay, got you. Thank you so much.
Yep. Ileana, you're upside down.
Yeah, my phone's weird. Sorry, I'm trying to fix it. Good morning, guys. Just a quick question. I am new. This is my first day.
Oops, we lost you. I can't hear you. Okay, well, you're gonna need to find a place that's got better service.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
We didn't hear anything you said till
Oh,
now.
sorry. So what I was wondering is, I noticed it's pre-recorded. Is this something that I can find later to watch again, like in the Learning Center, or no?
Yep, just scan the QR code that's on the screen.
Ooh, perfect. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. See you back at 10:42. Is that what right? 10:41. Welcome back. It is 10:41. I know that was a quick break. All right, so we are going to push forward. I put the slides together after the video, which is the breakdown of exactly what was spoken about. The icebreaker about I've researched the homes have sold in your subdivision for the past 6 months and taking them through the comps. So these are the scripts verbatim as it's broken down. This helps you kind of visualize it and have it written down. You've already gone through it in the video, so we're not going to go through that again, but it is all here in order for you in the slides. These are our protagonists. These are the 70%. At home with the iPad, sitting on the couch, 10 o'clock at night, kids are in bed, looking at the iPad and dating houses. Going through the inventory, looking at them, and what is going to appeal to them, what's going to get them off the couch, what's going to get them to take action, what's going to get them to stop the scroll. And it's not going to be a house that needs paint and carpet that's priced um, at a 2 times under market. That's not what gets them off the couch. You know it. What gets them off the couch is, oh my gosh, that house is beautiful. We are appealing to their sense of home and comfort and, um, you know, luxury and all the things that make people excited about house hunting. Clean carpet or nice polished wood floors and everything clean. So for every buyer, there is that marketplace. Whether it is a 1,500 square foot home out in the suburbs or whether it's a condo in a high rise. We all know that even a home that is 15 years old, that is all original, can be very clean and properly prepared for market. And that means making sure that all the debris is gone, decluttered as much as possible, and just clean it up. That's 90% of it. And then what do we need to do from there? Does it need to be painted? Does it need flooring? Where are we at? And the question that you have to ask that answers it is what do the comps look like? What does the other properties on the market look like? Because we're going to bring the property up to the same market as that one. I installed a new version of Apple, or the new iOS. And it's now making my Mac ring when my phone rings. So that's got to be turned off here in a minute. So we are trying to appeal to them. And we have buyers in the 200s, buyers in the 400s, buyers in the 3 millions. So in every single case, the same thing is true. Declutter, clean it up as much as possible, and then bring it up to market value. And we don't have to over improve it. We don't have to deeply reduce the price. We just have to get it to conform. And we have to know what conforming means. So you're not going to take a $200,000 home and put $50,000 upgrades in it to try to make it sell in a multiple offer situation. That is the opposite of what we're talking about here. We're trying to take a home and figure out what is the average condition and get it up to that market bear of what is an expectation of a buyer in that market, and so that it stands out to the competition. And what does it make to stand out in the composite in the competition? Clean, ready to move in. And when they walk in, give them that good feeling, which means free of smells, paint and carpet never hurts, and those are the cheapest things that you can do if those things are worn. And you can get vinyl plank. You can get really nice vinyl plank for sometimes less expensive than actual carpet. And so you've got to have really good trades and you have to have a good idea of what is possible and what is necessary. I'll give you an example. Sienna Round Rock, fairly new community. It's on the Hutto side. It's built in the last 10 years and there's a lot of inventory in there. I sold a Highland home to a set of buyers. And that Highland home had a big, and you walk in the door, bedroom at the back, in the back of the house, the kitchen was on the right, and the living room and the dining room was just one big open room. And that whole dining room and living room was carpet. And all of the comps had updated flooring except for them. and the flooring itself wasn't necessarily dated, but I knew what they were up against, and I know what they needed to price it for. And I had my people come in and rip out the carpet and put in vinyl, and it was $3,000. That's all it was. And it completely changed the vibe of the house, completely. And they sold it in the first open house weekend, and I think they made about $11,000 for their $3,000 investment to include the $3,000. So it was a 3x return, almost a 4x return. I've also had people in another example, Round Rock Ranch, where they had carpet in the bathroom, Formica countertops, brass fixtures, and have my people come in. I've got a really good tile people, and they ripped out the carpet in the bathroom, and they uh, painted the cabinets, put down new flooring in the bathroom, and they put down, it's getting irritating, and they put down new countertops and the new backsplash. That's all they did in the bathroom, those three things. It was less than $6,000, and all that was done, and it completely changed the primary bath. I know that you know as well as I do that people do not want carpet in the bathroom. That's a yuck. But that was very, very, very common in the late 90s and the early 2000s for that to happen. So there are things that you're going to walk in, that you're immediately going to know that, well, we can fix this. And we're not going to judge the home. We're not going to have a negative attitude about it and say, oh, well, no, your home's not going to sell like that. It's like, all right, I got some ideas that can help you really get a better return on this property. And if the budget's not there, it's okay. We can price it right. But, and I'll explain to them the difference and what I think they'll net and the difference by doing these things. And that can be complicated for a new agent. So if that's something that you're not familiar with, my recommendation is you start looking and asking more questions, going on property tours, and talking with agents like me who have done that stuff before, and start getting an idea for what is possible like that. So here are our protagonists. If 70% of buyers in the marketplace do not yet have an agent, then the question that you should have is how to engage them as a buyer agent. How do you get yourself in front of them so that you can help them as the buy side? And when you're a listing agent, how do you get them to show up to your listing? So remember that most people choose an agent. So these 70% is going to fall into the 30% at some point. So if they're searching and they're still willing, then we need to get with them as soon as possible. Earlier in the process, the better. Facebook ads do a really good job with that because Facebook ads we are delivering content to them. Instagram, the same thing. We're delivering content to them and they're scrolling and they didn't necessarily do a search. They just came across our content and they found interest in it. And sometimes our Facebook ads have a 180-day tail, meaning that when they register on it, they're not gonna transact for 180 days because we're getting them really early in the process. Versus a Zillow lead, someone thought house, went to Zillow, typed it in, so they're already searching. So they're much further on. Someone else put that seed in their brain, whether it was a billboard driving on the freeway or someone said something to them, but something at some point put that thought into their head to find themselves on Zillow in the first place for you to get their information. So Facebook ads are very inexpensive. They're very powerful. They have the exact same conversion rate as a Zillow lead. They just take longer to close. So if you're going to run Facebook ads on a regular basis, then that means that first 6 months, you can expect a lower number of closings. But then once that 6 month has gone by, you're dealing with leads and prospects today that registered 6 months ago. And so now your pipelines are filled and you're churning. Not to say that Facebook leads don't sometimes convert in the first 30 days because they do. But you're talking about a $7 to $10 lead versus a $400 to $1,000 lead. Because right now in the Zillow program, it is roughly $1,000 a lead. That is an astronomical number when you know that 5 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 aren't going to go anywhere. So out of every, chunk of leads that you have 10, most of them are not going to convert. That's a hard pill to swallow. So much better to put that money after Facebook ads. It doesn't matter what the market is currently trending in order for this listing presentation to work. It doesn't matter if you're in a seller's market or in a buyer's market. It works both. And I find that in a mixed market, it works better because in a strong seller's market, you know you're already going to go into a multiple offer situation no matter what you do. You're just now getting a larger uh, balloon idea of what, instead of 5 offers, you got 12. But in a mixed market where had you not followed this system, it was very unlikely that you would get multiple offers. We are getting multiple offers today. And people who you can go and tap on the shoulder and ask about this marketing program because they're doing it themselves is Lisa, Phyllis Force, Kim Dale, and other people who've come through Mega that are our listing agents and myself who are doing this every single time. And again, most listing agents, they're putting their inventory on the MLS on Thursday or Friday, and they're putting it live, and then they are putting it in the MLS for open house. And that means that the people who are showing up at the open house is definitely the 30%, because the 70% haven't seen it yet because they haven't gone to those websites to see it. No one told them about it. They have no idea. So the people who are showing up at your open house are agents who are either really deciding to, they happen to come across it online, which is possible, but more likely they have a real estate agent and they're in the buyer portal and they're coming to the open house and say, yeah, I got a notification from my portal from my real estate agent, which is more likely, which means the majority of agents who are doing open houses are making it easier for the buyer agents because they're just letting the buyers come through who are already represented tour the home, which we have a fiduciary duty to the seller. So if we're going to expose it, make it easier for people to see, 100%. But if you're not the listing agent and you're doing the open house with the expectation of trying to convert buyers from it, you should, as a buyer agent who's doing open houses, know who these listing agents are and ask them on Monday when you choose to schedule your open houses, can you please put this in the MLS and really be paying attention to those grand open houses that are popping up? Because if you're an agent and you're going to do a grand open house, all of those buyers are showing up, you're going to benefit from those. The listing agent already listed the property, properly prepared it for market, got the right photos and collateral, got the videos, put the whole timeline in, and all you did was show up and you reap the benefits of all of those clients, those buyers. If I were a buyer's agent, or if I was an agent and I wasn't in this capacity, there's no way I wouldn't show up to one of those because I know that I'm going to convert one or two buyers from that transaction. And that's going to be, 10, 20 grand open house weekend because it's the grand open. And I would be prioritizing those. And on Monday, I would be trying to figure out, I would be searching the open house opportunities for one of those. And we have them every single week. And it blows Kim Dale's mind that she has those and that level of opportunity exists. And she's begging people to come do the open house because they just don't understand. But once they go through this portion of Mega, all of a sudden, that completely changes. So regardless of the market, this same thing works. And it's ironic that, well, it's actually not ironic, but when you look at what the MLS is, we think that the MLS is going to bring in buyers, and we're thinking that, but really what it's doing is it's a tool to help other agents get listings in front of their clients, not bringing in unrepresented buyers. So you have to figure out a different way to leverage MLS to do that, which is exactly what we are doing here. So here's the timeline. The typical timeline is Friday at 2, they're listing it. Saturday, Sunday, open house. Monday, maybe in a multiple offer situation. Tuesday, seller accepts the property, an offer. That is in the greatest of markets. Now, if it's properly prepared for market and properly priced, and you list this, you're not likely to get into a multiple offer situation right now. That's just not the thing. The question is down below, when are people starting to see it? So the 70% sees it on Monday and Tuesday, and they call the real estate agent and they find out if we are in a hot market that it's already pending. They had a home that they loved, and the first time they saw it, it was already pending. That's what happened from probably 18 to 2022, I would say. When something was coming up that was priced right, even in today's market right now, if you price this right, properly prepare, properly price, and follow this method, you're going to get a lot of people showing up for showings after 2 o'clock on Friday, coming back again to preview it on Saturday and Sunday, and you're going to have offers coming in late Sunday and early Monday. How many offers? Hopefully two. That is likely. But if it's a really hot property and it was listed on Friday, Saturday, Sunday went by, Monday, no offers. And if they did get into a multiple offer situation and one of those buyers did Monday night see it after the open house weekend, they're calling and they didn't even have an opportunity to bid. And what a huge mistake that would have been, right? Because if you did get one offer and paid closing costs, and then on Tuesday, someone called you that was really interested in it, how do you get that person to rewind time and go back and put in an offer so you're in a multiple offer situation so that they have an opportunity to get their offer in? And that's the crux of this whole thing is the timing. The timing has to give people enough breathing room to know what's coming and plan to come and go and then think it through on whether they want to put in an offer. So this is our time frame. Monday, 2 p.m. Property goes active in CTX MLS and it syndicates to ZillowRealtor.com and all the sites. We click off the box and we create the open house records on the spot at 2 o'clock on Monday. Then Monday night from 11 p.m. to 2:45, the 70% is at home and they're seeing it. And because the open house listing is there, they're reviewing it, they're seeing it online, and they're making decisions to come and see it that Saturday and Sunday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, other people are still seeing it. It's gaining momentum, more and more exposure, more and more exposure, more hype. Friday at 2 o'clock, it goes live in your primary MLS. So that would be HAR for Houston, Actress for Austin, or Sabor for San Antonio. And it goes live for showing. So I've prepared the seller already. Prepare for showings at 2 o'clock on Friday because there's likely you're going to have at least one showing on Friday. So just at least be prepared for that and be ready for it. Then Saturday and Sunday, they're giving you custody of the house and you're going to do your grand open house. And thank you, Elisa St. John, for showing you guys the level of the open house that we're going to host, because that's the kind of level of open house that we're going to prepare for, because it makes sense to prepare at that level for the amount of people that are come in a grand open house scenario. So again, grand open house Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday by 5 o'clock, we are dealing with a multiple offer situation, and hopefully by Tuesday, they've accepted one. This is very likely in the market that we're in right now. Very, very, very likely. As long as the whole thing made sense, properly prepared for market. That means curb appeal and all the things, properly priced, the best photos, video, put in CTX MLS on Monday before 2. The open house records were created. It sat there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 2 o'clock on Friday, you put it in the primary MLS, set it for open house as well. And then Saturday and Sunday, both groups are just sitting upon the property at the same time. And you are there at the house as they're coming in, and you are having conversations with all of them. So that is how this program works. And it's designed for one purpose: to saturate the market with advertising about the home, to set you apart at the kitchen table with the seller, and actually give you a method that's actually going to get more buyers in front of you and allow you to be a stronger listing agent. All right, this is the rest of the story, which I've shared, and we don't need the breakout session. I did create this calendar so you can kind of get an idea. Sometimes I get the question of, well, what date do you put on the listing agreement? So, okay, that's fair. The listing agreement start date should be the date that you're sitting with them in the house, because that's the date that you're going to start helping them with trades and preparing the home for market and doing all of that stuff. So let's say Sunday the 1st, I'm sitting with the seller at the seller's home. And we've determined that we're probably going to have a single coat of paint. We're not going to change the color. So they just need to clean it, which is just a single coat of paint over everything. And that we're going to need some landscaping done in the front and a professional cleaner to clean the windows and clean the baseboards and clean the, HVAC vents and all that sort of stuff. So Sunday, I'm getting my listing agreement signed. The effective date is that Sunday. Then in the field that says which MLSs, I'm going to put A4 and I'm going to put CTX MLS. And then I'm going to put, for delayed, I'm going to say 10 days for preparing home for market. So I like to use a stager. You can use whoever you want to, you can be the person that's helping the seller with this, but I like to separate myself from that person. I don't want to be that person for a very specific reason. I don't want to commingle myself with the one that's telling him to take down their religious signs and all the pictures of their kids. But I have a very good stager. Lisa and I use her often. If you would like her contact information, we can send it to you. She's not bringing in furniture, and that's what a lot of people think about as a stager of that person who's going to bring in furniture. She's going to move everything around. If there is a couch, a love seat, and a chair, she's probably going to pull the couch out and have a love seat and a chair. She's going to try to declutter and reduce furniture in the different rooms and change it around so that we're taking the home and turning it back into a house and we're making it buyer friendly. When you go into a model home, they always have smaller furniture to make the rooms look bigger. So we're not going to go get new furniture, but we're going to take some of it out and we're going to try to remove as much stuff as we can. And it may seem overwhelming, but actually, usually it takes 2 to 3 days for them to declutter and all of it from beginning to end. But what's cool about our stager is that she will go out and she will help them move around the big pieces, even sometimes move some pictures around, like paintings on the wall, and just kind of move stuff around a little bit. And then she will give them a list in every single room of exactly what they need to do. So in the kids' bedroom, this is what you need to do. Paint that wall, and get a throw pillow for the couches. She'll and set the table with the plates and the napkins. She walks them through exactly what to do. And then the trades will come in and then they will do their stuff. So the stager appointment would come out on Tuesday. Let's say that it needs to be professionally cleaned and it needs to have some things done. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, that's all happening. I can have a house painted, floors replaced in the living room, professionally cleaned, windows done, and the landscape are all done in 3 days. 100%. So we have to break it down and have a list of all the things that need to be done and then get quotes for them calling on the phone. Hey, I need the house painted. I need how much and figure out all of this stuff, write it down and know what their budget is and a guesstimate. My estimate that it would probably be about 18. Uh, Maybe it's going to cost $9,000 to do what they're doing or 12, depending on what's going on, and they may or may not have it. So recently, I had a home that I listed in Hutto. It needed to be painted badly. My painter painted the entire house and he delayed payment to closing. And it took, because of the buyer, 45 days to close. And so the painter just waited. They had a window replaced. They had some flooring installed. They had fans replaced. They had to have the diverter in the bathroom replaced. Um, the rubber grommet in the bottom of the primary shower replaced. And the house clean and painted. And all of that was, I think she probably had about $600 out of pocket, and everything else was delayed to closing. So, I mean, there is a plan for everything. You just have to figure it out, and your tenacity will get it there. In any event, seller stager comes out on the 3rd, make ready 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and then I'm calling Matterport and I'm trying to get them out. I need you guys to come out this weekend because I want to put it in the MLS on Monday and I need my photos back. And they're saying, oh, it's going to be $50 more for have someone come out and take photos on Saturday. I don't care how much it costs. Get them out here on Saturday. And so Holly is at Matterport and I've got Holly's phone number and she's the owner of the company. And there's sometimes I'm calling her, you've got to come out Saturday afternoon or Sunday morning because they're not done with the make ready yet. And I can't have the photographer come until they're done And I need the photos to come back and for them to take the photos and get them back so that I can have it in the MLS by noon on Monday. So I'm trying to compress the timeline and make it all work, but I am the conductor of the orchestra. So I'm the one that's trying to work with all these parties to make my plan come out. And sometimes it doesn't work, but 99% of the time it works. Sometimes things get delayed a week because you just can't control the world as much as you're going to try to bend everything to your will. It is what it is. So in this case, most of the time it works. Listing agreement signed, effective date that day. Stager comes out, gives us the recommendations, have your trades come out, get everything ready. Photographer comes out, takes photos, and I'm trying to get the photos back so that they come back just in time for me to list it on Monday, put it the open house live, and now sitting there on the 9th, it's live in CTX MLS. Gaining momentum on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday going live in your primary MLS, Saturday, Sunday, your grand open house, offers coming in, multiple offers coming in, pending. This is what that looks like on a calendar from day one all the way to pending, following this method precisely. And I saw a couple of hands. Who had a hand that went up? Christina.
Just real quick on your staging. So I understand like the light stager, the one that goes in and does that. I would guess that's what, $400 or $500, something like that.
350.
Okay, 350. Well, close. All right. So that I can see absorbing. My question has always been who pays for full-blown staging?
Client does. I just had a client that had a one bedroom condo on Stastny. It was a really cute condo. It was super modern and it really needed to be staged because it was like, it felt like it would be impossible to put furniture in there. And so I had a stager come in. It was $1,800 for 3 months.
Yeah. Okay.
And the seller was happy to pay. And in fact, I've got a property that's coming on the market in 2 weeks, and also seller was happy to pay for staging. Isabel.
What if you are putting everything on the calendar and then the weekend that you're planning to do your grand open house falls in a holiday? Do you still do it or do you wait until next weekend when there's nothing going on?
It depends on what holiday it is. If it's Easter, I'm not going to do it because people aren't going to show up. It's funny, but on Mother's Day, lots of people show up to open houses. Father's Day, no one's coming. So you need to know what's happening on the specific holiday. Most of the holidays is a perfect time for people to be home shopping. So it just depends on what the holiday is. Good question. Okay. You've all seen our home buying map and our home seller map. This exists for you uh, as a standalone document, and it's also in the buyer packet and the seller packet. And it's great for the home buyer seminars, and it's also great for a first-time seller who doesn't understand the process. And you can leave it with them and take them through the process. All right, so that is what we missed on Wednesday. So we are now gonna put a lid on that and say that's done. We're gonna go ahead and move into our module 8, which is the listing, marketing, and grand open. And this is a perfect segue because this last class was all about meeting the seller, having the presentation at the seller's table, and making all of these promises about what we're going to do. Prepare the home for market, recommend upgrades, provide them access to trades, and get their home and turn it into a house and make it buyer friendly and prepare it for market so that you have a sellable listing. That is the service that you are offering your client and expertly done. Now, all of that's happened. And now we're going to fast forward to here's the day where we're going to begin our marketing so that you can see dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and then people showing up to the open house and exactly what your scripts should be at the open house. So, this actually is not a bad time to take a break to get us back on schedule. It's 11:09. We're going to take a break and come back at 11:19. And this next hour is going to be pretty meaningful. So I'll see you back at 11:19. And I'll stick around for the first couple minutes for if someone has questions.
Hey, Jack. So
Yeah.
on the light staging, you cover that cost?
The 350, I do.
Okay, yeah, that's I would assume too. I had one in Sun City and she insisted on staging, and I haven't always really done much, never done full house staging. But the house sold very quickly, but I paid for it. So, and it was a couple $1,000s. So I'm just trying to verify what industry kind of standard is on that.
Industry standard is if you have someone to help, but typically agents are going to do this themselves. I just don't like doing it. I want to separate myself from
I
that.
like your reasons too.
Uh-huh. So separate myself from that whole thing and have someone else come over and do that and give them the list. And then I pay for that 100%. And that's part of I mean, that's why you don't discount your commission because your commission is the advertising budget that's going to get all of this done as well, built in.
Absolutely. Thank
Hey
you.
Jack, can I ask you a question? I've
Hi,
kind
Isolet.
of, I agree. Like I think your map is like ideal.
Oh,
And
I'm sorry, Tara. I'm sorry. I thought,
oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut someone off?
Isolet, I thought you put your hand up and I called on you and then
I
Tara was
did.
I'm
speaking and I was
sorry. I
like,
didn't
how
see
was
you. I
Isolet?
saw you. Sorry.
I was looking at Isolet's face and her lips weren't moving. I'm like, what is happening?
It's okay. Yes, I'm here. I do have a question. So, what's your thought process on removing photos out of MLS once the transaction closes? I know it's really helpful for me when I'm doing a CMA and I'm looking at the photos, etc. But I was just curious because, just wanted your take on it. Specifically, I have a listing. Well, I don't have a listing. I had a listing for somebody, and she ended up leasing her home, but she's wanting to lease it again, I think, or sell. And she's trying to push people to look at the realtor.com where her house was previously listed with me with the photos that I had put in there.
Mhm.
Although she did talk to me specifically because I went and delivered some little gifts for all my clients and past clients over the new year, she texted and said, "Thank you so much. I'm going to be ready to list my house. We'll either sell it or put it for lease." And da da da. So we went back and forth. And I provided comps after our interaction recently too again, so new comps and everything. Um, and then since I control the Facebook page that I created for our community, I see that she's trying to create a post where she's directing people to go look at that. Um, and we don't have the signed listing agreement. So I did see where she's trying to do that, and I just sent her a text and said, "Let me know when's a good time for us to talk about listing your home. I see that you're trying to promote it, and I'd really like an opportunity since I have so much time and effort already put in it to help you." But that's kind of my angle and kind of where I'm coming from on whether or not to remove the photos
I
from MLS.
personally, I am diametrically opposed to removing the photos from the MLS just personally. I don't ever do it. I think it's important for the appraisers, the other agents, for comp analysis, and for historical purposes. When those are there, they're also on your website. So it also shows other people the quality of your work. And if you have a sold listing on your website that doesn't have any photos, there could be an assumption made by a prospective seller that came across that listing that you didn't take photos because would it make sense to them that you would delete all the photos after the fact because they don't kind of get that side. So for me, I've never deleted photos and I never will.
Yep, I never have either.
Kind of a weird scenario that a owner of a home you would have had photos for because typically they were the buyer and the prior seller's the one that had the photos. So it's very rare unless you got a full spread that they wanted to list it or they tried to list it last year and you're going to use those photos again. Um, I think that I would not um, I would not delete the photos. That's just my
Okay.
opinion.
Okay.
And I understand what you're trying to avoid there totally in this very unique situation.
Yeah, very. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tara,
Hey, would you do that same process on a rental listing?
I do a very similar process, except I pay for Cheryl Wikes to come out, and she has a $99 special for photos where she takes them and she gives me exactly what I need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. I am to understand that yesterday during your Mega Minis, we did some practicing on our UVPs. Is that right? Are we feeling more confident? Are we feeling more confident? All right, I like that. All right.
Yes.
I am, that makes me feel very warm and fuzzy inside because that's exactly what I wish for all of you to have all the confidence in the world to go attack 2026 and make it yours and claim victory. All right, there are three videos that we're going to watch together, and they're all three fairly short videos. With the purpose around your value proposition and things to think about when it comes to your value because you are valuable and you have value and you have considerable value. And I think sometimes we discount our value, even in our own mind. So let's hear these three videos and then I want to hear your thoughts.
Let me speak to that person that feels like they lost their worth or their value. This is a dollar bill. Now, if I go to the store and there's something for 90 cents, can I buy it with this dollar bill? Okay, all right. So if I go to the store and there's something for 85 cents and after tax, it ends up being 96 cents, can I buy it with this dollar bill? Okay, all right. So what if I ball the dollar bill up? Think about it now. Like I just balled the dollar bill up, like so it can't be worth $1 now. It's probably worth like 95 cents, right? How much you think it's worth? $1. Listen, y'all gotta pay attention. I just balled it up, so clearly it's not worth $1 anymore. All right. So maybe, what if I step on it? What if I stomp it? I just stomped it. How much is it worth now? Maybe 65 cents, 68 cents? It's still worth $1? Okay, what if I ball it up? What if I stomp on it and then I put it in the trash can and it's in here with some trash and it's around some beer and some gum and a bunch of other nasty stuff and some guy off the street pulls the dollar out, unfolds it. How much is it worth now? Maybe 82 cents? And come on, at least 92 cents? It's okay, all right, so what if I ball it up? What if I step on it? What if I put it in trash and then, watch this, I tear it in half? Think about it now, right? How much is it worth now? $1? I could tape it? Whoa. Shh. Wait. Wait a second. I just balled it up. I just stepped on it. I put it in trash. I pulled it out. Then I tore it in half. And you mean to tell me I could pick the dollar up, I could wipe it off, and I could put some tape around it, and it's still worth $1? Then why, if this dollar doesn't lose its worth or its value, then why do you feel like you've lost your worth of value? Because many of you feel like you've been stepped on, you feel like you've been pushed aside, you feel like you've been abandoned, you feel like you've been talked about, you feel like you've been abused, like someone took from you, someone hurt you, somebody took advantage of you, and deep down inside your core, you feel like you've lost some of your value. And I am here to tell you today that this dollar still has worth and value, because there are some men years ago who put value over this life and said that no matter what happens to it, it can still be taped back together. It can still be wiped off. And I am here to tell you that you were created and you're born and you're here and you have life and you have purpose and you have value. And though you've gone through some hard times and though you've experienced some depression and you might be wanting to hurt yourself and you might want to give up, I am here to tell you still got worth and value. And there is nothing that can happen that can take your worth and your value away.
Okay. Sometimes we know it, but sometimes we just need to hear it. Sometimes you just need to hear it because life has headwinds. And in real estate, everything is working against you. You're waking up unemployed and you're doing the hustle and you're spending money and putting open houses together and baking cookies and doing all the things. And sometimes we put in 2 or 3 weeks and it feels like that there's no reward for those 2 weeks, but we're never going to give up because typically people give up before the reward happens. There is a lot that this 2026 has to offer and a lot that being a real estate agent has to offer. Your value, you've got to shed all of the doubt, shed all of the pain and all of that baggage and stand up tall and say, I'm going to do my yoga. I'm going to wake up in the right mindset. I'm going to disassociate myself with all of those negative thoughts and I'm going to push that out of my life. I'm going to wake up, look at my hand, every morning, find the things I'm grateful for, make my bed, show up in the morning huddle where we have Andrew and Lindsay, the two of the most positive people that I could find for you to start your day and energize you and put you in the right mindset to attack your day and then go and do it. And then no matter what happens, we have your back. From beginning to end, we're going to show you how to do it. We're going to help you do it. And then when you mess up, we're going to help you fix it and recover from it. You're part of a village, and this village is going to make sure that you thrive. So you have to do one thing is you have to bring the value. You have to define your value and create that confidence within yourself. We'll help prop you up, but that's the work that you're doing through Mega right now is finding your value and finding your confidence. And once those two things come together, you will be unstoppable. But the only thing that's going to stop you is you, because there's massive opportunity in every single direction. We see brand new agents coming into the market that been in the business 2 years and making $500,000 a year. That's crazy. And agents who are really, really good, been in the business 10 years and they're struggling. That's going to change. There's 2 more videos I want to show you. This one I really like.
One day, a curious son went to his wise father and asked, "Father, what is the value of my life?" The father smiled and handed him a stone. He said, "Son, if you truly want to know the value of your life, take the stone and go to the market. If anyone asks its price, don't say a word, simply raise 2 fingers." Puzzled but obedient, the boy set off to the market. As he wandered around, an old woman noticed the stone. "How much for the stone, young man?" she asked. The boy said nothing and raised 2 fingers. The woman smiled and said, $2? I'll take it." Surprised, the boy rushed back home. "Father, a woman in the market wanted to give me $2 for the stone." The father nodded. "Good. Now take the stone to the museum. If anyone asks the price, again, say nothing, just raise 2 fingers." The boy did as told. At the museum, after a while, a well-dressed man approached. "Sir, how much is this stone?" he asked politely. The boy silently raised 2 fingers. The man gasped, $200? I'll buy it." Shocked, the boy ran back home. "Father, a man in the museum offered me $200. The father smiled warmly. "Finally, son, take the stone to a precious stone shop. Say nothing about its price, just raise 2 fingers." The boy hurried off to the store. As he entered, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. He ran to the boy and exclaimed, "Where did you find this? I've been searching for this rare stone my entire life. How much do you want for it?" The boy, as instructed, raised 2 fingers. The old man gasped, $200,000. I'll take it immediately." The stunned boy rushed home, his heart pounding. "Father, you won't believe it. The man in the precious stone store wanted to buy the stone for $200,000. The father gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "Do you understand now, my son? The value of your life depends on where you place yourself. You can choose to be seen as a $2 stone or a $200,000 treasure. Some people will see your true worth and some never will. But it is you who decides where to stand, who to be with, and how you let yourself be valued. You are not just a stone. You are rare. You are precious. You carry a light within you that not everyone can see. Sometimes people will only see your surface, not your worth. They may offer you far less than what your heart, your talent, your soul is truly worth. But that doesn't make you any less valuable. Your true worth never changes, only the eyes that recognize it do. So never settle for places where you're unseen. Never stay with people who make you feel small. Surround yourself with those who see the gem within you and treat you like the treasure you are. Because in the right place, in front of the right eyes, you are not just valuable, you are priceless.
So let's talk about that in terms of our value proposition when it comes to you and you bringing to the table your value and they ask you to reduce your fee. It's okay for them to ask because you see, if you're not set with your own value, then they've offended you. When you're not centered with your own value and they ask you to discount your commission is a personal attack. And the reason that we have this visceral response is because they are touching on an insecurity within ourselves that we were afraid they were going to bring that up. And then it's an attack on us as a human being. And then we get offended. But when you're centered on your own value and that's not an issue anymore, then you can confidently, without anxiety, without getting your heart pumping, and I don't mean pumping because you're mad, I mean pumping because you're deer in the headlights, that you're having, like that existential out-of-body experience because your anxiety just went through the roof because they just touched on something very personal. And it shouldn't be. The connecting your personal value with the fee is completely unrelated. You have to be able to have the stance in your own shoes that you're comfortable with your value and then smile and explain why that's not going to happen and explain what your value is and be happy to walk away if that turns to be something where they are not going to pay for your fee, which by the way, in 21 years has never happened. Christina.
Exactly. So I've worked with a lot of clients who have asked for a rebate of commission and things of this nature. And rather than be offended, I actually acknowledge that, you know what, I understand that there may be people that will do that for you. However, it's just not, it just doesn't work with my business plan. And, I have an assistant that I pay, I all the marketing that I provide. I just cannot, that's it. It's not part of what I can offer you. But if you want an experienced, proven record agent, that I can offer you. If you need the discount, I totally understand. And, I welcome you to do that. But if you're looking for professionalism, then that's me. And typically it pretty much, I mean, how can they argue with that? No, I want the cheap rate, you know?
So you guys have to find your script for this. Just like Christina has found hers, I'm sure Isolette has found hers. I have found mine. Lisa has found hers. You need to find yours. Whether it's, I'm glad you asked, thank you, and take them down that road of there's three people you need. You need a good real estate agent, a good attorney, and a good CPA. And I want to be that good real estate agent for you and explain, why they want a good negotiator. If I can't negotiate my own commission, obviously I wouldn't be able to negotiate the sale of your home. And I am a good negotiator and I'm worth every penny. And explain your value and just say why it's no. And you don't have to make a huge four-alarm fire about it, but I would say that it's probably true that 50% of the time you're being tested of whether or not you should be the one to get their listing and how you're going to handle conflict in that moment and how you're going to handle your negotiations. Okay, at break, we're going to watch this last video. I think. Yes.
Do you know the best project you'll ever work on?
This is a video that accompanies one of the very first videos that we watched in session 1. In fact, they're a companion video. I just separate them by 7 classes. I'm going to give you this one for homework today. Okay, so existentially, you have value, not potential value, not someday value, but today, right now value. But coming through Mega, you're going to come out as a very well polished salesperson and something that you should be proud of to be a salesperson because someone who understands that they're a salesperson has gone through sales training And sales training prepares you to be the very best salesperson that you can be. And that doesn't necessarily mean always selling yourself, but it's transactional from beginning to end. That you're putting conscious effort into providing the very best experience that you possibly can to your clients. And that's what they deserve in the biggest transaction of their life. When you are feeling unsure of yourself and you're not quite 100% confident because you haven't gone through this kind of training before, then you do accept less than you deserve because you don't feel like you deserve it. And sometimes people come to the market that way. And when they come to the market that way, sometimes their entire marketing plan is, I'll give you a rebate. And they actually put it in a flyer and put it out in the world. And their value to the world is, I don't have any value. And that when agents come to me and say, I would like to have a rebate program where I give, this amount, I want to advertise that everywhere. And I'm like, oh, you need Mega. You need to find Jesus and you need to come to Mega. Uh, those two things, because that is exactly the opposite of what you want to put out there as a real estate agent. You don't want to put out there that you're making too much money and you're giving it back. You want to put out there is, I am going to reduce your risk. I'm going to save you time. I'm going to help you have the best return on your investment possible. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that you're living the best lifestyle possible. And that means that the experience that I provide you through this transaction is not going to turn you into a headspin. A few hands went up here, Isabella and then Miriam.
Yeah, Jack, I just want to share real quick a story that happened to me. So this person had gone to a builder and found their home. They knew exactly what they wanted. They knew exactly which house. But they found out the builder was offering the realtor's commission. So they came to me and said, Isabel, I know the house that I want. Basically, what I need you to do is represent me in buying this house. And at the end, when you get that commission, you give me that money because I basically only need you to sign the paperwork saying you're representing me, but then that commission you will give me at the end when we close. So that was a very uncomfortable conversation.
Um, that's very common. A lot of builders will actually have a relationship with a real estate agent and have a situation where a buyer can't meet closing costs or can't get approved for it and is a couple $1,000s delta. And the on-site will have a real estate agent that they call and say, hey, I need to write you in this contract, but I need you to give money back. And it's a transactional thing, and that's what we need you to do. And quite frankly, I have no problem with that. You're getting free money from the builder who's calling you. But I do want to tell you this. You very well could be in a conspiracy to commit fraud against a builder. And I need you to think about that because they're obviously, the question would be, does your sales manager know about this? And if the sales manager doesn't know about this, I would be very leery of stepping into that. And again, there's a lot of on-sites that do that. And remember that agents can suffer a short-term stain or long-term stain for a short-term gain. These are the types of things that you know that you're stealing from the builder at that point. So be careful. If someone calls you and says, "Hey, I'm getting a compensation from the builder," and they want that money, there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it. How did you approach it?
I told them that I didn't feel comfortable with that. I'm like, well, you're basically asking me to give you back the commission. So I'm not helping you do anything. I just don't feel that that is right. So I didn't do it. They stopped calling me. So I just left it at that.
Yeah. Well, one thing that you could have said, was this a friend of yours?
No, it was a lead that I got at an open house, and
Yeah.
I guess they just wanted to look for a realtor that would do that for them. But I thought that was a little shady.
So one question you might want to have asked is, did you have a home to sell? Did you ask them if they have a home to sell?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Sometimes you got to zoom out and look at the whole picture and what is it they're trying to accomplish. First question I would ask is, well, I am a full service real estate agent and we do have risk when we put transactions together. And so we have E&O insurance and we are personally and as an agency held liable for many things that can go wrong in a transaction where we can have liability for. So there's also Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. Do you realize that when you're working with a home builder, that that home builder actually works for their employer and not you, and that they have a fiduciary duty to get the very best deal, and that if you don't have a real estate agent right now, how do you know you're getting the best deal? How do you know what the home sold for around that property? Are they offering you concession? Are they offering you to pay your closing costs? Have they offered a buy down point? These are important things. Now, my commission on a transaction, a lot of the builders pay me 6%. Quite a few of them do. And so, uh, for a prospect to call me and ask me to represent them through that transaction and take on the liability of that transaction, and then hand them over my compensation, I'm really curious on why you'd ask me that. Can you share with me what your frame of mind is on asking me that question? And ask them to explain their rationale. Well, I just want the money. Got it. I understand. But this is my profession. This is what I do for a living. This is how I put food on the table. So, um, how do you know that you're getting the best price? Has anyone done a CMA for you? And I would challenge her on, yes, my commission might be $9,000 on this $300,000 home that you're purchasing, but how do you know that you're not paying $20,000 over market value for it? How do you know that you can't get a 3.3% rate when they're giving you a 5.5% rate? How do you know that I couldn't negotiate for you a washer, a dryer, a fridge, a garage door opener, landscaping in the back, and irrigation? How do you know that you're getting the best deal? Are you a certified negotiation expert? Have you been to school to be a negotiating expert? And are you in the profession? Are you the right person to negotiate for yourself? And do you feel like you're getting the right deal? Because it sounds to me like the builder is trying to get the very best deal for themselves and they have an advertising budget and they're trying to give you that money to make you feel like you're getting a good deal. And that's very suspect. That's kind of how I'd approach it.
Thank
And
you.
just put enough questions in her mind when she walks away to think, what if I'm not getting a good deal? How do I know now? And then now she's going to think about that long enough where the issue is no longer the commission. The issue is $300,000. And how much of that $300,000 is she overpaying for? Which is the bigger question that she should have. Okay, good question. And Miriam, what's your question or comment?
Well, I had a different one, but some builders' contracts don't allow you to do that too. So I thought I would say that you need to know the builder's contracts. But
Well, in this case, it was the builder on site was the one that recommended that she do it,
oh yeah,
from what I heard in
yeah,
the story, Miriam.
yeah. But I briefly, I had a mentee who was having conversations with this client before coming to me to ask me about it. So he had promised a 2% rebate to a client. He only was getting 2% commission. And he would still have to pay the broker's fee. So he was actually going to be in the negative. And so luckily that transaction fell apart, but it was a big learning experience for him for sure.
100%. As the videos kind of mentioned, that we have to understand our value, have our pipelines filled so that one transaction doesn't feel like it's the entire world. When your pipelines aren't filled and you're not working the business and you're not waking up and calling all of your contacts and getting a book of business built for yourself, and you have none of that, and you have one transaction, and someone asked you to reduce your compensation and that compensation is critically important for your livelihood, and you feel like you have nothing or no choice but to say okay, and you're backed in a corner. And it feels a lot different when your pipelines are filled. It feels a lot better when your pipelines are filled because now your confidence is there. And well, I've got 6 closings coming. They're wanting me to discount my commission. 2 weeks ago, I had an Army veteran who I got paid my entire commission, and they were scraping enough money to get the down payment and closing costs, or the 0% down, but whatever the story is, to make it all work. And I didn't give them a commission. And here, this person, I didn't give them a compensation. Is this ethical for me? Is this ethical for me to give one person a discount and not give it to everyone? And what would my clients who are my A clients who really support me and love me and take care of me, what would they think about this? And so then you look at that whole framework and you look at them and say, I close a lot of homes and no one's ever asked me this before. And I've had transactions where my clients were in really difficult positions and they've never asked me this before. And I just don't think it would be ethical that I would do that for you and I've not done it for anybody else. Okay, lots of different topics there. All right, we're going to move forward. This was the other video that I wanted to watch. All right, I love this. Okay, this is a very cool kind of mic drop on the whole thing. How many of you have seen what is it called? The Mr.
Scrub Daddy?
Thank you, Scrub Daddy. That's it. How many of you heard the story? I think it's really fitting for real estate. I think it's really fitting for our businesses. Really fitting.
Why is Scrub Daddy this size? Because it's my hand. This is actually my hand. So I cut this to fit my hand for cleaning my hands. And it did great, except that I didn't want to go around my fingers. So I cut a hole so I could just clean my fingers like this. And then I wanted to get underneath my fingernails. So I cut some ridges so I could go like this. But this was kind of weird to do it with. But if you cut 2 holes, it's really easy to do it with. And the next thing you know, this has 2 eyes, no mouth, some hair, and we're sitting around. I'm like, I can't be the only one that has dirty hands. And we patent it without the mouth, and we start trying to sell it. And nobody wants a expensive piece of German engineered polymer for $4 to clean their dirty hands in that market. They all would rather just go home with dirty hands. Nobody wanted it. And it was sitting in a box. I thought it was a piece of junk. We took 100 samples that we had made that no one wanted. We put them in a box. I labeled it scrap. Scrub Daddies were sitting in for 5 years. From 2008 until 2011. And literally, I start hearing the angels sing. If I have a smile on this thing, I could clean the silverware. I grab a steak knife. I cut a smile in it. I put the dirty spoon in. I squeeze it and pull, and it's clean on both sides. That's it. I'm done. I know immediately I'm going to the office the next day. We're going to create a package. We're going to make a smile face. I'm patenting the smile face, and we're going into the sponge business, and we're going to take the whole thing. Why is Scrub Daddy this? Why is Scrub Daddy?
Nothing changed but how we marketed it and who we marketed it to. That is the only thing that changed. He went from a failed business that was technically worthless, these things sitting in a box for 5 years and not a single person would buy it. He changed who he was marketing to, and he changed his marketing, and he turned it into a $926 million business. You're talking about from worthless in a box to a billion-dollar business. And what was changed? Only one small thing, which is everything. Who you're marketing to. Someone who is leaving the shop with dirty hands, they're looking at this and it's valueless to them. They might have said, I'll pay 50 cents for it. Now you put it in a package and you sell it at H-E-B and people wash their dishes with it. It's a billion-dollar business. All he did was change who his customer was. And when he changed who his customer was, it went from rags to billionaire. Damien.
Yeah, I had a teacher, an instructor once, and a coach tell me that it's, like you said, it's a slight change or an eighth of an inch. The way he explained it, he was a baseball pitcher and he went to college and kept on, and
kept getting hit. And then every time his coach just walked out and changed his finger on the baseball from the threads just an eighth of an inch over to where he could throw sliders and stuff like that. And then it was just boom, 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 boom. And it's all it is, a slight change, mindset, thought process, what you're doing, and then it blows up. And it's a great rendition of looking at it if you know baseball.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing, you know, who you're marketing to and the package that you bring to the table is everything. Donna, I saw your hand up.
Well, the way the marketing, of course, and then he added a smile.
And that's the ironic part of it, right? I mean, that's why I put on the slide here. Nothing changed other than creating a smile. Ironically fitting. The value of the product never changed. It was just put in front of the right people. What what was its value in the wrong setting, which is zero, what is now the right setting is $1 billion company. And so this applies to you and your business so beautifully in that if you're struggling and people are not buying your product and you're struggling with your value, very likely you are selling to the wrong market, whatever that could mean. And the very best market is your village, and you need to encourage more people to come into your village and be reaching out to them and selling to your village. And get into a farm and do geographic farming and become the number one agent in your marketplace in that subdivision and find the underscored riches in the niches that you hear about all the time in real estate. Those people who specialize make more money than anyone else. Figure out what you're going to specialize in, figure out how you're going to market that, and go and kill it. That's where the money comes from. Okay. So we have our listing agreement signed. We have got all the confidence in the world. We went there, we killed it, we walked them through all the data, we were prepared, got it signed, and now we have a lot of promises to come through. We were able to get the home properly prepared for market. That is done. The photographer came out. That is done. Now it's time for us to be thinking about every step that the buyer is going to go through from the moment the buyer sees our ad all the way to coming to the home. So here are our buyers, and every single aspect of the grand open house has been thought out. Everything from how the images are placed online, the description of the property online, the quality of the photos, the what I call the vanity description, the agent description as well, and the signage of the property, the type of open house signs that you're going to use, the type of cookies that you're going to bake, and that you're actually going to bake them and not buy pre-baked cookies. The flags that you're going to put in the driveway, and the reason why we have flags in the driveway, and I'm going to show you where you can get those. The signage at the door, the welcome mat that you're going to have, how you're going to dress, how your ability to control the traffic at the door, and your scripts when they come in, and your follow-up when they leave. Every single thing will have been scrutinized, well thought about, dissected, and then a system built from all of that. Most of your buyers, most of them, are out in the market, especially right now, with all kinds of fear and confusion. And most of them want an agent because the prices have gone up and down, and there's all kinds of changes, and there's a lot of confusion. The trick to selling a home is that it has to offer that buyer just as much as all of the other homes, but make them want to pull the trigger on this home because they're going to go and they're going to see more than one home likely. Likely they're going to see more than one. So that means how can you get them to pull the trigger on your property? So offers the most value for the best price. We're never going to recommend them spend $1 that they're not going to get $1 back. Inside the home, depersonalize. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it was your job to take a house and turn it into a home. It's the stager's job to turn it back into a house. I always tell my clients that I used that script. You heard it yourself. And it's very important so they don't feel like, they've done something wrong or oh, they have to clean my house, what's going on, and they have, some sort of anxiety about it. So I'm going to lift that anxiety out of it. I do want the kids' photos removed. Do you know why we want the kids' photos removed? Because they're going to show up online. It's not because when people come in the house, they're going to see them, even though that's part of it. But the real reason is because we're using Matterport. And Matterport is so good that you can go into the closet and zoom in on the label on the clothes hanging on a hook and see who the brand is. They can see everything. And so we want the kids' photos taken down. We don't ever put rugs on carpet. That's not a thing, even though I see it all the time. Usually means that there's a stain they're trying to cover. Toilet seats down, just giving you some tips. Declutter all the counters. The wall should be neutral, clean, and mark free. Home should be absent of scent or smell. Like we like the smell clean linen for the bathrooms and the bedrooms. That is a scent that you can get at Home Depot. If there is serious sense going on where there's something going on with the house, if there's pet stains, obviously you're going to have to mitigate that. And if it's stains in the carpet, it's going to probably have to be replaced because it's probably on the cement. We all know that. But if it's just normal orders and the house is clean, there's an ozone machine that you can purchase. It's about $450. I know we have one around here. You just have to leave your driver's license as collateral for it. And you can leave it in the property overnight if it's a vacant home and it has a scent. We have a situation where actually someone had died in a home and they were left there for several days and an ozone machine removed all of that. So it actually is an extra oxygen molecule that actually breaks up the scents and releases them into the air and away they go. So it is a very special thing. Remove everything from the refrigerator front, all the magnets, all that clutter. Counters should be clear in the kitchen, just like in the bathrooms, and the house, and the baseboard, and the floors, and the blinds, and the fans, and the vent covers, and the sinks, and the counters. Clean. The house needs to be clean, and also inside the sink should also be clean as well. So outside, some tips. Paint the front door and the garage if necessary, if that's looking really grungy and the other homes are prepared nicely. Replace the door hardware if it's necessary. I've got a really good door guy. If the door is cracked from the sun or the door is hard to open in the lock, that's inexpensive to fix if the other comps in the neighborhood don't have that issue. It makes the house feel dated, and the first thing they do is grab the doorknob, and hearing the crick and wrangling with the key, it dates the house. Always a new welcome mat. My stager always has them go to at home and pick up a brand new welcome mat. If some of the easiest things to do to clean up a house, especially if it has dated fixtures, replace the light fixtures, clean the globes, replace with the appropriate light bulbs, and you should have the appropriate lights. And every single fixture in the entire house should have an appropriate light bulb that works. You should not have different light bulbs in every single room and half of them burnt out. That is a small thing that you can fix that just makes everything feel better in the house. Remove the screens and have the windows washed inside and out. Power wash the cement walkways. You can make a business with a kid or someone who has a power washing business and then let them know, hey, tell every single person that you do power washing for that if they're selling their house to call me, and then if they let me do a listing presentation with them, I will pay for the power washing. And I have that agreement with about 6 power washers. And then they give me a deal on power washing the homes that I have as my listings. Trim the trees if it's necessary. Trim and edge the front lawn. Mulch flower beds and around the trees. Plant flowers if necessary. And remove any no soliciting and no trespassing signs. Again, easy stuff. After the home has been properly prepared for market, the next step is the photo shoot. It's never appropriate to take listing photos with anything other than a digital single lens reflex camera, a digital camera, not a cell phone. The cell phone's not going to capture the right lighting correctly. And in the kitchen, even with a regular DSLR, you're going to take a picture and the lighting is going to be right in the house and then there's going to be a picture, and their window is going to be there, and it's going to look like Jesus is coming through because it's just all this white light that you can't see. And then they change the aperture, and then they take a picture through the window, and they take a second picture, and then they put those two photos on top of each other so the lighting is correct in the room. You're never going to have a chance doing it with an iPhone. It has to be with the right technology. Pay for the photos. It's going to come back to you 100 times over. They're going to do it at the right time of day, the right angle, the right lighting, and they go to school for this. Pay them for their services. Traditional photographers, 136 bucks. Matterport Twist Tours is 440 with a floor plan. I highly recommend spending the extra money in getting the Matterport with the Twist Tour and the website and the floor plan, and even upscaling that to get the aerial video, because that marketing should pay you back. We got 2 more slides. We're going to go to lunch. Every listing that has been properly prepared for market, this is a colossal thing to get in your mind. Why would you why would you take photos with an iPhone and then pay for Zillow leads when you can pay for photos that are excellent, properly prepare the home for market, and then get buyer leads from your listing, and you get a twofer. You get to impress your seller and the neighbors and the marketing that you did and get buyer leads from it at the same time. One $200,000 listing is $6,000. Two $200,000 buyers is $12,000. You spend $150 on photos, you earn $6,000, you upscale it and you do the Matterport stuff. There's a better investment because you're going to attract more buyers, and you do the listing presentation this way. And again, more buyers are going to show up. You're going to be then sending referral fees and helping them buy other homes, and your business is going to start 10xing itself because of the photos attracting more buyers out. It brings you money. So it's not an expense. It is income generating. Isolette.
I have had the experience where I've gone to a listing appointment and they said, we've looked at all your listings. And so they shop to see what my professionalism looks like with my listings before I ever show up. And I've been told, we love your photos like that. I get told that all the time, but I pay a professional to do it. I don't do them myself, nor would I try to, but, I have taken photography classes. I know how to do it, but that's not my profession. So I leave it to somebody that does, but it's paid off for me exponentially. So can't emphasize that enough.
Neither can I. I can't emphasize it enough. And yet agents still do it. And I see listings coming in through the portal, and the house is a little bit crooked. The lighting is all wrong. It wasn't properly prepared for market. It wasn't properly priced. And they took photos with their iPhone. And it just makes me crazy. Literally lose my mind crazy. So getting this right is the difference between being an agent who's going to struggle and being an agent who's going to absolutely thrive. And you're absolutely right, Isla. I get the same thing. I show my clients the photos that I've done before, and they go to the website and they see the images and they see the quality of work. And they're already sold. They're excited. That's exactly what they're looking for. They need someone who's going to market their home and attract offers. I love it. All right. It is 12:05. Melissa, I'm cognizant that you have your hand up. I'm going to answer it as soon as I release the class for lunch. Let's come back at 1:05. So I'll see y'all back after an hour. So you are officially at lunch, Melissa. I saw your hand up, so I'll answer your question now.
I was just going to say that I was a professional photographer for 10 years and I still wouldn't do my own pictures because it wasn't what I specialized in. And it's just like with us, we're professional, so are they.
I love that. You have no idea how much I respect that, and I love that. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for bringing the right mindset as well. All right, everyone, enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that they'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It is 1 o'clock. We are back from lunch. As with always, time flies by. We left off our conversation right before lunch talking about photos being less of an expense and more of an income generator. If the neighbors are paying attention to what we're doing, And the only reason they're doing that is if they're interested in selling or they have someone who wants to move closer. Then we are showcasing our services in front of the neighbors. And if you're going to showcase your services in front of the neighbors, you want to do it to the nines. Obviously, your marketing photos is what are actually paying us to do. I've always thought that my listing services that I'm offering, that I don't sell homes, that I market the property and I bring my seller offers. They're the one that's selling it. It's not me. I'm advertising it. So my job is to expertly advertise the property, help them bring the property to market in its best condition so then I can advertise the heck out of it, generate offers, and bring them offers. That's my job. So I'm going to make sure that my side of things are absolutely I's dotted, T's crossed as best as I can possibly do. And that starts with photos. So, starting over with the conversation we had yesterday, the 10 things, we got the secure the listing appointment, we got the MLS. I mean, we've got the comps and we have our conversation at the kitchen table. We've done all of these things. Now we've had the professional photo shoot, and now here we are. Now we're at the last 4 items on here, which is begin advertising the property, the open house signage, the day of open house door knocking, and the client portal. So we are almost to the actual open house day. There is a quick open house video that we're going to share from Tom Ferry that he has. We're going to go through a couple of slides, and then there's another video that we're going to watch specifically on how you should be marketing your property, how you should be setting up the front yard with its signage. We're going to watch this quick video together, and then we're going to move on.
For over 20 years, I've dedicated my life to bringing you the very best selling, marketing, and business building strategies to keep your business thriving. Get ready to experience the success you've been searching for. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Tom Ferry Show, episode 62. Today, we're talking about arguably the hottest topic, which is how do we generate more listing opportunities from your mega open houses? So the National Association of Realtors declares this is like the open house month. Now, you and I both know there's 2 ways to do open houses. The sort of traditional way where I hope and pray to the real estate god that somebody shows up. And you know this strategy. You know, we put an ad in the local, newspaper, maybe through our company, and we hope and pray by putting out 2 or 3 signs that maybe, just maybe, somebody will show up, versus the Tom Ferry strategy, the mega open house, where I say, I know that this home is going to sell, whether it's right now or in the very near future. And when it does, there is going to be a tremendous number of listing opportunities right inside that community. And I want to turn like the vacuum cleaner on her and suck all the listing opportunities out of the marketplace before anybody else gets a shot. So we do a mega open house. So to do that, we have basically the obvious event. So it might be 11:30 until 1 o'clock. And then the traditional open house goes from 1 until 4. During that time, we're going to invite all of the neighbors and all the people in your database, maybe all your best buyer leads, to come and join you, whether it's for lunch or lemonade. If you're my clients in Germany, it could be a beer. Like, it's entirely up to you. My clients in Australia, they're like, we're going to do these like on Thursday night from 5 to 7 and serve like wine. Like, I love it. It's entirely up to you. If you saw last year's Tom X with Kyle Whistle, I think his topic was like beers and open houses and the after party of like an open house. It was crazy. But what we know is this, just like a broker preview, if you want agents to show up, you serve food, you got some, refreshments that when they show up, like it's the experience of see the house, get a bite, and then get on to the next one, but get to know the market. The same rule applies in inviting the neighbors. So we're going to talk about 5 ways to drive traffic, mostly from the neighborhood, and then to the avatar ideal buyer you're looking to attract. We're going to talk about 5 easy questions that you should be asking every person that walks through, and then 2 really cool bonus tips, things that our top clients are doing, our great coaches are doing to not only make people as they're walking into this environment feel more comfortable, but also a way to capture potential seller leads or just capture leads in general. So let's go through it together, right? 5 traffic, 5 easy questions, and 2 cool bonus tips. So let's talk traffic first and foremost. What we know is today, I mean, look, I know I'm walking out of the camera here. Like, we got to get them here, right? You got to get them here. What's up, JD Leonard, by the way, just sending me a text. So how am I going to get the local buyers in my marketplace and potentially the neighbors in the marketplace to know about this house digitally? Well, what we know is first, record a short form video. And it could just be something as simple as this. You standing in front of the house saying, "Hi, it's Tom Ferry with Banana Real Estate. And I just listed this beautiful home right here at the corner of Humma Humma and Nana Nana. If you know anything about this community, this home is going to sell, and it's going to sell quickly because right here next to school A or B and shopping of X and Z and 43 Starbucks, this charming 3-bedroom, 2-bath, hasn't been on the market for almost 15 years. And it won't be on for long. I'm holding it open this weekend, both for the neighbors as well as the general public between 11:30 and 1 for lunch and then 1 to 4. If you'd like to join us, please let us know. Boom. And I shoot that simple little video, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to email that to my database. So let's say the mega open house is on a Saturday. It could be Friday afternoon, it could be Saturday, it could be Sunday. It's entirely up to you. You're going to send that at least 48 hours before to say, come join us. You're going to check your open rates. You're going to know how many people opened it. Are you going to ask them to make a reservation for lunch? Probably not. Just, hey, hit reply and let me know if you're going to join us. And you'll get a bunch of people that'll say, hey, sounds great. No, we're not interested. It's all good. What we want, though, is exposure, and specifically like our database and all the buyers you're currently working with that are looking for properties to know about this house. Number 2, I want to do a Facebook boost like from your page, or you can actually run an ad. Either one is fine. I would be more inclined to run the ad because I want to do a Facebook targeted campaign to the specific avatar of buyers in that zip code. So let's say I'm in Corona Del Mar and I'm in property in the Flower Streets, right, in the Village. And I say, so who buys in the Village? Well, generally speaking, they're single people or they're couples. They're 45 years old. They make $200,000 a year. Well, you know that on Facebook, I can go in and say the only people I want to see this live in these zip codes already, live in these areas already, make this kind of money, single, married, kids, whatever you want, it's all there and available. My point is you can target advertise specifically for 3 or 4 days before the open house, letting those people know that would be the avatar, the ideal prospect about this open house. I like that one a lot. Now, number 3, I want to door knock and invite the neighbors. So Sarah, I'm just going to grab a piece of paper over here, my little top secret folder, and I want you to imagine this. It's Thursday or Friday before. Knock, knock, knock. So knock, knock, knock. Hi, and I immediately hand them the flyer. I hand them the flyer. Ideally, price big, photo of the house, price big. Hi, my name is Tom Ferry with Banana Real Estate. I hand them the flyer and say, I just listed your neighbor's home. It's hitting the market this weekend. We're going to hold our first open house, and I'm inviting all the neighbors to come by and see the home before anybody else. Say goodbye to your neighbors and join us for lunch. Would you like to come with us? That's it. Just, would you like to come with us? I can think of the number of times that I've taught this in a seminar and had people come back and say, oh, Tom, I've done that mega open house. And when I go out and I knock on the doors and I invite the neighbors, the neighbors love it, right? They like to, we can see the house before everybody else. Oh, we're going to have lunch. Can I bring my family? Like the answer is yes, come one, come all, and you'll see why in a minute. And then more importantly, they start saying, well, if that one's good, is that really going to sell for that? And how much is my home worth? Can you come in and take a look around? These are the opportunities. Remember I said to you, we do mega open houses because we want to suck like a vacuum cleaner all of the opportunity, the listing opportunities around that property before anybody else is even thinking about it. And this is your shot. So I'm going to door knock and invite the neighbors. I want to put out 20 to 30 signs. Now I know for my clients in New York City and La Jolla and Aspen, they're like pulling their hair out because there's no signs or it's vertical living. If you can put out 20 to 30 signs, put out 20 to 30 signs. If you're limited to 2 or 3, put out your 2 or 3. The point is this: if you don't have the limitation, don't have the limitation here, don't have the limitation be the resource of I don't have enough signs, get more signs. I mean, what is the worst case scenario? You have 30 signs in the marketplace and somebody says, I see your signs everywhere. You're like, oh, darn it, I was trying to be a secret agent. I didn't want anybody to know. You want your signs everywhere. It's a really smart move. So 20 to 30 signs. And then obviously, if there's any company advertising that you can do, being a part of their promotion, it's always a good idea as well. Now, here's my point. Video. Email it out to everybody, all my leads, my entire database, Facebook boost, advertise it to people that are in that zip code or to your ideal avatar buyer. I like that one a lot. Remember, we talked about that on the listing presentation as a degree of separation. Like, I got the listing because I said, I know who's going to buy this house and I know how to reach them on Facebook. That's a good thing. Door knock, 20 to 30 signs, company advertising, and guess what? Between 11:30 and 1 o'clock, you're going to be busy.
Okay, so we had mega open house long before he did. I'm just saying. So he is bringing to the table the idea of having a plan. Having a plan. I love knocking on the neighbors' doors. I think that's such an important thing to do on the morning of the open house. I do bring flyers. I have a little different script, like I'm sure you'll develop your own. Knock on the door. Hey, my name is Jack Stapleton. I'm the listing agent for the property next door. We're doing an open house today from 11 to 1 and wanted to invite you guys over. By the way, I'm a fantastic cookie chef. And then they smile and laugh. And then I say, yeah, if you know anyone that's looking, we'd love to have you over. I don't ask them if they're looking to sell their home because I am kind of reverse shopping them at the moment. So they come into the open house and I have a thing for faces. I'm not going to forget their face. I'm going to be like, neighbor, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yep. Thank you for coming. What brought you in? And now I want to find out what they're coming. Well, I have a friend that's moving or just wanted to check it out. You just wanted to check it out. Either you really like cookies or you're going to sell your house. That's what I'm thinking in the back of my head. How many of you are actually knocking on the neighbors' doors the morning of the open house to invite them over? Okay. Don't stop doing that. Do you know the study and what the study says about that? NAR's reports shows that across the street, 3 houses and 3 houses, and on the left and right side of the property, 3 houses and 3 houses, one of those homes are going to come on the market in the next 30 days. So it becomes your mission to figure out who that is. Because if you can get another listing from that listing, you've just doubled everything for yourself. And I have a game that I play. And I've even included some of the sellers on it and say, I have failed and if I have to bring my sign home, it's the sign of shame for me. Because I want that sign to go from that yard to another yard. I do not want to have my tail between my legs going home with my sign in the back of the car because to me, that is an epic failure. For me, that's my goal. So if you think about it that way, now you're farming. You're trying to find where is this sign going to go? Whose yard is it going to go in? And if they came on market first and I had to bring out another sign and take it home, well, I didn't fail. But you get the idea. I'm trying to replace it and double everything that I'm doing. We cannot forget about the MLS rules. This comes with a $15,000 highest fine possible. which is marketing a listing to the general public without having it in the MLS and it be marketed for more than one business day. Don't forget that. I always throw this up here again so you can see it. It's the calendar of events. You can see the flow of things, but you want the listing agreement start date to be the day that you took the listing, always. And sometimes agents have, for whatever reason, checked off the box in the MLS that says, let me get down here, that says IDX no. And it says IDX opt-in and they put no here. That means that it's not going to go to anybody's website. It's not going to go to Zillow. It's not going to go to Realtor.com. It's going to be hidden. And if I get a call from an agent that says, I can't, that's not, why isn't it on Zillow? Why is it nowhere? Why isn't it on our website? I've been waiting for hours. I always call Miguel and have them go check your listing and see if the IDX opt-in is off, because this will stop it from going. And it happens more than we think. And I think that people see this display address and allow AVM and allow comments, and they go in and they turn all of these off because they think that all of that is somehow gonna, turn their listing into a message board. Just leave all of those by default is what my recommendation is. Mia, I see your hand up high. No? Okay. So one of the interesting things about CTX MLS is it was built for syndication. It was built for syndication because of this guy right here. I built it. I had a hand in building CTX MLS. It would not be here if it had not been for me. 100% without question. We knew that we're not going to get buyers agents into it. We knew that in 2013, the Austin Board of Realtors decided that they were going to no longer facilitate syndication of data and return syndication to the broker and let the broker deal with it because it was such a hot topic at the time. People were mad that they were giving the data to Zillow and that Zillow was selling it and making a profit off the data. And people were mad that they were giving it to the board and the board selling it to Zillow and the board making money, the broker not making any money. Everybody in the whole funnel was mad. Zillow was mad they had to pay for it. The agents are mad that they're sitting the leads to the third parties, and the brokers are mad that the boards are profiting against them. So the board is sitting in this situation saying, "We built a syndication engine for you, and it costs money to syndicate. I mean, there has to be money there." In any event, everyone was mad. So ABOR said, "Fine, y'all are upset. We're just going to turn it all off. If you want to turn it on, you can." And that's what they did. And that caused a lot of problems for small brokers who had no idea how to syndicate. We didn't have an issue with it, but a lot of the smaller brokers who had no tech, they had no chance. At the time this was happening, we brought CTX online and I said, we are going to make it a syndication engine, which is why I like to use CTX MLS in the beginning. One of the reasons why. The second reason is because there's no buyer agents in it, and I'm not having people calling me during this 5-day ramp up time, pestering me to let them in. That's number one reason. But the number two reason is the number of syndicators. If you see the publishing network of the Austin Board of Realtors is 8, and the publishing network of CTX MLS is 81, a lot more sites. And if you look at who the publishing networks are for Austin, Century 21, their chairman at the time, Remax, someone who served on their actress board, Realty Executives, Foreclosure.com, HAR, Home Steps, Property Network, and Luxury Real Estate. These were all people who served on the board who made sure that their syndicators were turned on because they were turning off all the syndicators, and these people came back and threatened to sue the board and said, we want this turned on by default. And so there was now this very small group of people of where these were being syndicated to. And CTX MLS said, I'll turn them all on. All of them on by default. More the merrier. The MLS's job is to saturate market with advertising. So we use CTX MLS as a syndication engine, and you put your listing in CTX MLS, it's going to show up on more websites, more eyeballs, more exposure. You get the picture. And so it matters. Not all MLSs are the same. And people think, oh, it's the same. It's all the same. It is very much not all the same. Isolette.
So I actually participate in both because of the location where I am, so I can have the overlap on exposures for my listings. But the
Yeah.
question I have is there a place where I can go and grab this? Because I think this is an important thing to also mention when you're on a listing appointment. If they're going to interview more than one agent and they don't realize the exposure they'll get between the difference of the two MLSs, of course, I'll have it covered. But is there a place where I can pull that list of Publisher Network from CTX MLS?
No, because it's not in CTX, it's actually in List Hub. And so List Hub is a third party tool, and every broker has a List Hub account, and they have a List Hub account for every single one of the MLSs. So I have one for Netris and one for HAR and insert MLS name here. And ABOR, there are only 8 options. CTX MLS, there are 81. So you can take this screenshot, or I can send you an email, but I have to log in and take a screenshot of it.
I got the screenshot. Thanks, Jack.
Yep, yep. Good question. And yes, definitely something that the consumer should know about. That a lot of agents out there have only access to one MLS, and the exposure that that MLS is going to provide the agent. Number one, the agent has no idea, and number two, they're not all the same. And when you do know, you really know, and then you're going to start focusing on using the one that's going to give you the biggest and widest spread for advertising. So we leverage CTX MLS for those reasons as our coming soon. We don't call it a coming soon, but that's what I call it, the grand open house. So Monday we put it live, and it's going to go to a lot more places. So I always try to make sure that it's live on Monday before noon. Earlier the better on Monday. Jeanette.
Would you recommend on they have a coming soon, put in it a coming soon and then, or just go live?
100% no, 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 no. And underline it twice, because coming soon doesn't leave the MLS. If you mark it coming soon in the MLS, it's going to be in the MLS all by itself, sitting there as a sad little listing that didn't make it to any third-party websites, including our own company. So that's the thing about coming soon, is they've changed it so it's not an on-market status, an off-market status, and it doesn't syndicate. It's just in the MLS. So it's almost like a flex listing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Good question. Okay. So now let's talk about sign-ins. Your signs, they are your avatar. We want them to be clean. Birds love to, nest on top of your signs and mess all over them. People mow the lawns and they get lawn clippings all over them. The signs themselves and the frames start rusting and all the things. Make sure that the signs are fairly new, clean. Have Windex and paper towels in the back of your car so when you're driving by your sign, you can refill the flyer box. If the flyer box is empty, remove the flyer box. You should have a QR code on the plastic film of the flyer box. So if you're out of flyers, that the QR code will take them to your V card. That's why all of your listings are on your V card, so they can scan it. Not only is it going to your personal V card with all of your information, but you scroll below and it has all of your listings on the V card. So not only they get the flyer for this property, but all of the listing inventory that you have. So for that reason, I recommend your QR code. Now, I'm going to show you something. And I hate doing this. So just know that I'm not going to take any questions on this because I'm going to show you guys something a little techie. Can we focus in and not ask me a million questions, because I think we're going to be good with this. All right. If you go to your Realty Texas actually, what I'm going to do is don't scan this QR code because it's nothing. Okay. I recommend that you take that URL that I just put for you in the chat and save it as a favorite in your browser. You see these favorites that I have? You have the ability to take a URL and drag it into your browser and create a favorite. So I recommend that you put the URL that I just gave you into your browser and save it. If you don't know how to save it, then just put the URL somewhere where you will be able to find it again. So when you click it, what happens is it brings up this URL. And you see the part after the equal sign? You can put any website there. So Zillow.com. Well, let me just go to Zillow, take the full URL. That's not Zillow. Take the full URL for Zillow, and I'm going to paste it after the equal sign. That's a QR code for Zillow now. You can create your own QR codes for any URL and you can use it. So if you want to create a URL for your website, go to your website, take the whole thing, and after the equal sign, put that website, and that becomes a QR code to your website. So then you can print this in and use contact paper over it and put contact paper on the front of your flyer box or tape it to the inside of the flyer box and put contact paper over it. So then when they scan it, now it's going to take them to your website. Or better yet, take them to your V card. And then, which is my V card here, and then take them to this URL. So then I'm going to go and after the equal sign, put my V card like so. Now, if you scan this with your phone, you'll see that that's the QR code. And now this is just a file. Right click it, save it as your desktop, save it as your V card, and you can have QR codes. We built a QR code builder into our tools so you can use it for anything. So if you want to have a nice QR code on your flyer box that goes to your QR code, and then all of your for sale listings are listed right on your QR code. All your active listings and all your sold listings are there, as well as a lead registration thing where if someone registers here, it'll go directly into your CRM. And so this is what your badge is. When people scan your badge, this is the website it goes to. So this is what we call your V card. All right. So Katie knows all about this and she can walk you guys through one-on-one to show you how to use that. But we have a free QR code builder in your system so that if your flyer box is empty, you can take that, print that flyer, that QR code so that people can then have access to the flyers even though it's empty. Not that you want it to be empty, but in the event that it is, at least they can still have access to you and your information. Okay. We know that there's new signs and there's new illegals, there's new bandit sign rules. How many were at the business meeting yesterday? I'm guessing all of you, so you probably heard that little segment that it is true that there is a new law regarding signs. But at the end of the whole conversation, the rule, if I just take it down to one sentence, nothing has changed about where you can put a sign. They only created a law standardizing the fee that it's going to be or the fine if your sign is in an illegal place. And a lot of agents heard that, oh, they passed a law making it illegal to put signs anywhere. Most of the places was already illegal to put a sign anywhere, so that hasn't changed. There's just standardized the fine because every city was charging a different amount and it was very complicated. So now it's promulgated, one fee for that. If you want to know whether it's permissible to put a sign somewhere, well, you have to ask that municipality, whether it's a city or a county or whatever has jurisdiction over that property. Mia. Did you have a question? No, okay.
No, I don't.
Okay. So we do want to have signs up, but you do want to check with the municipality. Some of them require that you have a permit on the sign, and some of them will restrict only having one sign at an intersection, so you can't put a sign on both sides of the street. And then some streets just might be completely illegal, but you need to research that for yourself. Then now we know where we can put signs, and we're going to work on that. So we are going to, from all of the main entrance points to the subdivision or the neighborhood that we're at, we're going to take signs from all of the major entrances to the property and lead them there. I am an eco broker. I'm also a green designee, which is they have made us commit in those designations not to use balloons because they're not eco-friendly. So something that Lisa brought to me, which I didn't do before, which I do now, which I love, is going to Hobby Lobby and getting pinwheel signs. You know those little pinwheels that spin? And then you can put the pinwheel sign, pinwheel on the sign. And in fact, there's even the frames that have the little hole for them. You can buy those and slip it in, or you can tape them or however you want. But she gets pinwheels, and then it adds life and motion to the sign as people are driving by, which is very cool. So I think, because she keeps them at the property itself too, but then just on the open house sign, she just tapes them to them. And it makes it look like it's supposed to be there today. Because when you're driving by a sign, sometimes you're thinking, I wonder how long that's been there. Is that really there today? And if there's balloons on it, which we're not going to do, but if there's pinwheels on it, it makes it feel like, okay, this is happening right now, which is just a little bit better. The goal that we're trying to achieve here with everything that we're doing from this point forward is try to make sure that the shields of our consumer never go up. And what do we mean by shields? Has anybody ever watched Star Trek? Red alert, shields go up once you're ready for battle. It's going to take a whole lot for those shields to come down. Zip ties do work great, Christina, for those, I agree. So the reason we're trying to keep their shields down is if they're coming to the home and they're questioning whether or not the open house is happening, they get to the driveway and there's nothing really look like that's going on in the driveway. There's no cars around, and they're thinking, I wonder if there's an open house here. So they're kind of tiptoeing up because they're like, "Oof, I hope it's actually happening. I'm not at the wrong house." And they get to the house and they ring the doorbell. Um, they sometimes have the cellar open, and the seller's mad because it was canceled. Number one rule of open houses, you cannot cancel it. It's impossible to cancel an open house. I'm going to throw out a big if. If there's a tornado happening, if you're in the middle of an ice storm and everything is shut down, you may have to cancel the open house. But under normal circumstances, we're not going to cancel it. If it goes pending, we're not going to cancel it. The thing is that your reputation is on the line. Remember those buyers on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday? They didn't take down your number. They took down the address, and they're coming and they're expecting it to happen. And if you've canceled it, then they're going to drive all the way out there. And it's your sign and your name in the yard that just dragged them out there for no reason. And now they're ringing the doorbell. And the seller is left holding the bag of explaining to these people why they're answering the door instead of you. Very unprofessional. Do not cancel an open house. If you have an emergency and you can't be there, you need to find someone to be there for you because this is a really big deal, especially the grand open house. I mean, this is the big, big deal. And second rule, if it's a grand open house, it can't be pending because there's three rules in a grand open house. And one of them is that you do not accept offers during the grand open house time that you are gaining momentum. The whole idea is to get in a multiple offer situation. So the idea that an offer would come in Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and you would negotiate that offer and accept it ahead of the open house is crazy talk. We're not going to do that. And we're going to talk the seller out of it with all of our might to make sure that that doesn't happen. And if they're really wanting to lean that direction, ultimately it is their decision to do what they want to do, and we can't make decisions for them, but we can certainly advocate against it with the ferociousness that you all have in you to look out for their best interest. But again, at the end of the day, it's theirs to make. But we're never going to make the recommendation that they accept an offer. We're going to present it just like we're supposed to immediately. You got an offer in. I recommend we get to the open house this weekend and get to Monday, and I'll communicate with the agent that we'll be doing the open house, but that the seller's seen the offer and they want to see what happens at the open house. It's a little scary for the seller sometimes and the agent because they're thinking, well, what happens if they back out? That's why we didn't give it to the buyers in the first place and put it in our local MLS because we're trying to stop that from happening. But if you're getting offers, you know what's happening. Momentum is building and this property is going to sell for more. And that's a very exciting thing. So you're going to get those calls. Lisa gets those calls. I get those calls. You just have to learn how to handle those calls. And it's always going to go something like this. I have an out-of-town buyer and they're about to get on a plane and fly away and they want to see the house and they can only see the house today. we said no showings, and there's other people who wanted to see the home and we did not let them in. I cannot, fair housing, let you see this home when we told someone else that they can't see it. I cannot make an exception. I've made housing unavailable for one person and not someone else. That is against the law. I can't. It's not a matter of can I please, as I can't now because we've already told people no. So that is how it has to be. Okay. When they pull up to the property, we want them to realize that there's a party going on. We don't want them to ever show up in front of the property and it be quiet. We want to have the sign in the yard that says open Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. We want that nice little red sign that's on the screen right now that says welcome, please come in. We want to have flags on both sides of the driveway, like this flag here that you see, the open house flags, which you can get at the Realtor store or online for about 60 bucks a piece, but they last for a really long time, like years. And open house signs from every major entrance to the property. And if there's a long stretch of road, maybe you have one that you put in the middle that's a go forward sign. So you should have lots of open house signs ordered just like Tom Ferry said. And we have them all for you already designed and already created. All you have to do is go to your .me dashboard, download them. It's got your name, your phone number, all the things on them. You just have to make sure that if it's on an area that requires a permit, that you have a permit on it. It's not going to need a permit inside of a subdivision. It's only going to need a permit if it's on a major street that is a city-owned county road, and you've read the rules and you know that that's required in those areas. We talked about this already, but here is a study. Studies show that when you list a home, at least one property within 3 homes on each side and 6 homes across the street is going to list within the next 30 days. So we arrive to the open house early that morning. If it starts at noon, we're going to get there at probably 11. We're going to set the temperature, set the blinds correctly, get the home ready for your open house, put all of your stuff out so you have your signs already put out, and then get your flyers and then go knock on the neighbor's door. If you get there 20 minutes before the open house begins, you're not going to have time to set the temperature correctly and walk around the neighborhood and knock on doors. You're not going to leave the house unlocked during this time. You've got to lock it unless somebody else is there with you, and that person would need to be an agent. So you're going to arrive, set the house, do all of that, then lock it, go knock on all the neighbors' doors and invite them, and then have the door unlocked and ready to invite people about 5 minutes before your open house begins, as you might have people already waiting to go in. So again, very important to knock on those neighbors' doors. Melissa.
When you're planning for this, how much time should you allow?
For what?
For the knocking on doors part.
Oh, I would give myself about 30 minutes. Half of them are not going to open the door. And so it's really just, walking to 12 homes, and it's going to take you a solid 30 minutes. Yeah, for sure. You don't need more than that. Good question. Okay, so now let's say you've got the open house signs right. You've knocked on all the neighbors' doors. You've got the flags up. You've got the sign right on top that says open Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4. You removed the flyer box during your open house and put it in your car so that people can't just drive by and take a flyer and leave. You want them to come in and see you. And now they're getting out of the car and they see that the party's happening, so there's no concern that they are going to be able to come in and see the house. That they know that the party's going on because it's blatantly obvious. So now they've parked, they walk up to the front door. Now there's a pause moment here of, do you want them to knock on the door and ring the doorbell? And the answer is you do not. How many of you think to knock on the door at a model home? You just go right in. So I have found that 2 things happen when someone knocks on the door. First, it's a feeling like, okay, I'm at somebody else's house and I have to knock and they have to let me in. And it's just this awkward thing and it's hot outside and they're standing there, but you very well could already be speaking with someone, and now that interrupts the dialogue that you have going on. So there's that issue. This sign right here, helpful, welcome, please come in. But I also put a sign on the door that says, please come in, giving them permission. And oftentimes, what my mom would do, who was my assistant for a long time, is she would give me a 3x5 card with tape on it that I would tape over the doorbell that says, please come in. So they don't even see the doorbell. So they can't even ring it because it's not even there. It just tells them to come in. And then they would just come in. And I appreciate that. There's a lot of things going on here that psychologically we want them just to come in. Now they come in and they walk inside and they step inside. Let's do a little exercise. Think about the last person you remember baking cookies. Who was the last person you remember baking cookies? Raise your hand. Eden?
Yeah, it was my beloved mom.
Thank you. Keep your hands up. I'm going to call in a bunch of people here. We're going to hear a whole lot of things. Okay, Donna?
I can't see where I'm supposed to be raising my hand.
Either one. Either one.
A very, very dear friend who has since passed away. We made it a yearly holiday tradition to bake cookies and take them to uh, senior facilities. My mom was in a senior facility, so we'd make a bunch of cookies and take them a little gift bag of that kind of stuff. So I would have to say my
Dear friend.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Donna. Janice, who is it?
My grandmother.
Okay, Marlene.
My grandma.
Okay, Miriam.
I actually had a client invite me over for Christmas and baked me cookies.
Okay, Mohammed.
My grandma.
Okay, Jeanette.
My kids.
Okay, David.
With my grandkids.
Okay, so when these people walk in the home, they see you in the kitchen bringing life to the most important room of the house, utilizing it in the way that your memories have attached to grandma, mom, daughter, sister, friend. Psychologically, now you are in that company. This is going to elevate their mood. It's going to make them like you, and they don't even know why yet. But it's just going to make them smile, and they're not going to be able to stop from making them smile. And when they walk in, they're going to smell fresh baked cookies. Now, if you go to the store, you can buy those little Nestle Toll House already chilled. All you have to do is open it up and pull them apart and put them in the oven from 11 to 13 minutes. 13, not 20, because bad things happen and it totally messes up the whole thing. Yes, I've done that before. So it's really easy to forget that they're in the oven. So you're going to have to make sure that you're really cognizant that you're cooking at the moment and not just forget. Because when people come in and they smell the cookies, boom, they're hit with all of those memories as well. And so it's not just cliche. There's actually science behind this. And there's been science behind an entire study that they called the radish study. There's a study if you want to read it behind that QR code. So we are talking about a dopamine response. That's a feel-good chemical. It brought the kitchen to life, memories of family and friends, and it makes the house not feel warm in a physical sense, but feel warm in an emotional sense. So when you bake cookies, it's actually doing a lot more than just this little cliche thing. It's bringing the house to life. And so it actually does matter. So we have got the signs in the front yard and there's no shields up. The shields are down. They've gotten to the property. They've walked up to the front door. They didn't have to knock. They just walked in. They smell the cookies, they see you cooking, and so far, so good, right? Nothing could be come along on their journey so far to bring up their shields. We've successfully kept the shields down. I had an agent who did this, and I thought it was a brilliant plan that they cooked cookies, but they also had cookies wrapped in plastic with their information on it, with their phone number on the bottom of it, a hole punched and it tied with a string around it with a bow so that they could give someone a cookie and they walked out with their information and the cookies inside that they were cooking was not the ones that they gave away. There's a lot of reasons for that. Maybe you're afraid that the hot, warm cookie goo is going to land on the floor. It's going to turn into a mess, all the things, but you still are not going to sacrifice the cookie smell and the cookie cooking. And when they walk out of the door with one that's free wrapped, that is an option, or you can simply do both. When the open house guest walks in the front door, one thing I always have right here in my mind is they're not here to see me. They're here to see the house. So I made sure that I put thought into that as well. These things you don't want to overthink or not put thought into it. So we're going to think about everything so that we have a system and a plan in place so we know exactly what we're doing at every moment. The open house are there. The guests are there to see the house. And you've invited them to the party and you're the host, but they're there to see the house. So when they come in, I think it's very important that you dress the part. I always wear a suit. I always wear a tie. I always wear dress shoes. How you dress at an open house matters because they're going to judge you in that first 3 seconds, as Vanessa Van Edwards says. And how you dress matters for how seriously they take you as a professional as well. I've noticed that in California, I would wear a polo and slacks and a belt, a pair of nice sneakers, and then you put on a suit, and people ask you different questions. People approach you more. It's a completely different feeling for them when you are wearing a suit versus wearing a nice button up or a polo. There's just something psychologically different, and they're going to interact with you more. It's just been proven. So we also have to remember who we represent right in this moment. And it's not that buyer, and it's not no one. It is someone, and it is the seller that we represent. So as much as you may be the person appointed by the broker to represent that seller by the firm, meaning you're the listing agent, or you may be another agent in the firm who wasn't appointed by the broker to be the point person for that listing, but because you're at that property, you are now a point person by the broker for that particular seller because we have a listing agreement for them and we all owe them those same duties. So you're not the one that is responsible for fulfilling all of the regulatory duties that we have for that seller, but at that property, you have a fiduciary duty. And that fiduciary duty doesn't escape any of us. And so, because that fiduciary duty exists, we have to remember that we can't misrepresent who we are, who we represent, and confuse the buyer in making the buyer think that we'll represent them. Because when they come in the door, even Trek says you don't have to give them an IABS. Even Trek says if you're doing an open house at your own listing, meaning that's the firm's listing, and someone walks in off the street, that the consumer is going to have no question that you represent the seller. Period. You didn't just break into the house. You obviously have permission from the seller to be there and your sign's in the yard. So you have a relationship with that seller and you owe that seller duty. So the consumer is not going to be confused about that. So when they're coming in, they understand that you're the listing firm. So if the listing agent, we're going to do a little skit here. Listing agent Beth has an open house scheduled on her new listing, but is unable to host it due to scheduling conflict. She asks Alex, another agent in her office, to host the grand open house. Alex agrees and is excited about hosting this brand new listing. And during the open house, Mr. Buyer, Mr. B, came into the property and loved the house, but wants a bigger yard. Instead of showing Mr. Buyer the current house could meet his needs and explain how that could be fixed or trying to overcome the objection, Alex says, This house is nice, but I have another listing at 123 Oak Street with a huge yard, and it's perfect for you. We should see it right after the open house. By the way, this is directly out of Legal 1 and Legal 2, verbatim, where an agent did this exact thing. Same names, same skit, same everything. Literally copied and pasted out of the Legal 1, Legal 2, and this agent had an agreed order because the seller filed a check complaint against the agent for doing nothing to try to sell their home and trying to convert that buyer at the open house to another home. Your license is on the line here, and I don't want to see anyone get in trouble or get this wrong. So pick A or B. The buyer said they were not interested in the property. The agent is absolved of any fiduciary duty to the seller. Go sell them the home. Or B, Alex should not have attempted to convert the seller's prospective buyer. And of course, the answer is B. And it could feel like a fiduciary trap. But when Alex agreed to host the open house, he stepped into a fiduciary role for the brokerage. The primary goal of a host is to sell that specific home. You work for the brokerage that has an agreement with the seller, and your primary responsibility is to sell that home. So the conflict, by immediately redirecting the buyer to a different property, Alex prioritized his own potential commission over the interests of the seller he was currently representing. That is the agreed order from Trek. So the key takeaways is the host is the seller's advocate. You're not there to lead gen, even though I'm going to show you how that is possible. And it is possible to qualify a buyer and find out they have no interest in the property and then be able to convert them. That's perfectly legitimate. It is totally legitimate. But you need to understand, and this is what, when I think as an agent, when this occurred to me, it helped me a lot. The people who are coming in are not my prospects. They're the seller's prospects. And when I try to convert the seller's prospect from my own, I've stolen their prospect. And they hired me to bring people to their home to sell their home. When I take that to someone else, it's a fiduciary failure. And I know that's hard to grasp because we've always thought it in a very different way. I'm not the listing agent. I'm just here trying to find buyers. And that is not at all actually how it works. And sellers are getting wise to this sort of practice. Loyalty is non-negotiable. Diverting a live prospect during an event is a breach of loyalty to the client and the listing agent. And protect the office and reputation. We win when our sellers win. Integrity in open house leads to more listings for everyone. So this whole misrepresentation, the gold standard response is how a true professional who's protecting their license and advocating the seller, how they would approach this situation. Advocate first. When Mr. Buyer mentions a small yard, the fiduciary's job is to highlight the property's strengths or find creative solutions to keep the yard, keep the buyer interested in the home in some other way. So exhaust all the avenues. You must use your professional skill and best efforts to overcome objections and on behalf of the buyer, and give them some ideas of what maybe they can do to overcome that. I have an open letter that I've drafted regarding this very thing, and it's on our website. And you can scan this QR code, and that open letter addresses this in a really very direct way. So protect the asset. A prospective buyer's walking through the door is an asset belonging to the seller's marketing efforts. You cannot shop them elsewhere. All right. So how do we then be not the listing agent and find value for ourselves being there? And there is a way, but first we have to figure out how we can help sell this property. And once they've told you that this is not a contender, then there's another step that we're going to take that's going to help absolve you from any fiduciary complaints that anyone would bring against you for having a buyer that is interested in hiring you through an open house and your efforts at an open house. Indu.
Jack, I have a question. I am having difficulty scanning those QR codes. It's not related to the subject matter, but I was wondering if I'm the only one having that trouble, or are there anybody else just having trouble, opening the QR codes?
Indu, are you talking about the one that's on the screen prior? The on the
No, 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 the one, yeah, this one.
Yeah, I had no problem doing it.
Same. I didn't have a
Okay.
problem.
Okay, so it's just me. Thank you.
It's not just you, Indu. I am also having trouble, so it might be our phones.
Is it Android? That's why.
I'm not sure, but yeah.
Okay. Miriam, Indu, you have a whole team of people that is here wanting to help you with this. It's
Okay.
Katie.
Thank you. That's yeah. Thank
Yep.
you.
When you have issues like that, don't bring it to class. Just quietly and privately Teams Katie and say, Katie, hey, I need your help. Can you send me this code? So the people in the back can fix this for you and it not drag the class in that direction. Again, I've got an entire team of
Yeah.
people that literally works for me that's standing by to help you guys. So
Yeah. That's why I
utilize.
took my hand off, Jack. Sorry.
Okay. All right. That's just a promise we made on day one. So I'm going to keep reminding you that. All right. So this gold standard response, we talked about what that looks like. Now, let's move on from that conversation and actually take ourselves through an entire conversation of someone who has walked in the front door and they are interested in the home. And then we're going to have someone who's not interested in the home. And we're going to see how that conversation works. And we're going to try to overcome some objections because you can have someone that comes in, finds out that that home is not going to work for them, and then the conversation can change. But we have to first try to find solutions. So, the elusive buyer, I think in all the real estate training classes that I've had, most instructors always say this statement. It's trying to get 1.3 million real estate agents all on the same page on any topic is like herding cats, right? Everyone is going off in different direction and moving around. And when you're a real estate agent and you're trying to find buyers, it's kind of the same thing. When a buyer walks in, you've kind of got the cat trying to stay away from you, and you try to get a cat to come to you. And the more you try to get them to come to you, what does the cat do?
Walk away from you.
What is the secret about getting a cat to come to you?
Just sit down and wait.
Ignore them. But you're
Ignore
right.
them.
Exactly. Both
Totally.
are very true, right? So I think 100% that in order to get a cat to come to you, you let them come to you and you don't try to get them to come to you. And in the idea of trying to keep people's shields down, I think that this also plays in a very important role when people are walking in the front door, knowing they're not there to see us, knowing that they're to see the home, and that we've been so purposeful in setting up the right signage and getting the front yard in the right state with the flags, the cookies, having the signage for them to just open the door and come right in, and they've just walked in the door. There is one specific thing that you can say to them that is going to make them feel comfortable without bringing their shields up, which is acknowledge them, thank them for coming, and give them permission to look around. So, welcome in. Thank you for coming. Take a look around. Hi, y'all. Thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Or, hey, guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. Hey, guys, colloquial term from California. Hey, y'all, very much Texan. Or, welcome in, someone trying to find the middle ground. So, however you want to find your words for that, but acknowledge them, thank them for coming, and give them permission to walk around. Have you ever had a lender with you at an open house? Christina and Miriam, lots of people. I think it's a very smart thing to do because you very well could be having conversations with people. I remember back in the days of COVID, they only wanted one family in at a time. So then we would have a lender at the door that's kind of acting as a gatekeeper for people. It kind of worked well. But if the home is vacant, then you have kind of an easier go with this because you're not going to be responsible for kind of keeping your eye on everyone. It's difficult when you have a busy open house and you've got 10 groups come that weekend and it's an owner-occupied property and you're baking cookies and having conversations with people and people are coming in and going out. Certain marketplaces like Houston specifically, there's been a large incidence of people going into the bathroom and going through the medicine cabinets and stealing prescription drugs. Although we haven't had that happen around other states or other marketplaces within the state, it's why it was added to the seller's disclosure. The seller's disclosure, no, the listing agreement and other addenda on that last page that says if you have prescription medicines, you should hide them and not have them in any place that someone could reasonably find. Someone shouldn't be using the bathroom at an open house. It's not a public restroom. And it's a question that you should ask the seller what happens if, someone wants to use the bathroom. If they say no, then remove the toilet paper and use a door stopper to keep the door open. Just like that. People sometimes are going to ask, sometimes not going to ask. But those people who come to the open houses specifically to get prescription medicine, they will go in the bathroom, they will shut the door and lock it, and then they will go through the bathroom. Again, we have not had that happen at Realty Texas, but as working with Texas Realtors, we get all of those emails from them talking about what's going on, and that's something that's going on. So be aware of that. So having somebody else at the open house can be helpful so that they can kind of be helping monitor what everyone is doing and keep an eye on things for you. Kids taking things accidentally, people dropping stuff, because there's going to be hopefully a lot going on because you're trying to throw a party for everyone and communicating with everyone, and everything you're doing is intentionally. Now, maybe it's a normal flow where you have a 4-hour open house and you spread the time across 4 hours. That's going to make things easier for you. But if you're trying to compact the open house down to a 2-hour period, you're going to have more people coming per every 15-minute period. Because if it's a 12 to 4 versus a 2 to 4, not necessarily more people. They're just going to be more spread out. So sometimes agents do the 12 to 4 thing just so that they can have some breathing room between groups of people a little bit more as possible. So just as food for thought there, because if you get a bunch of people coming in, it could be a scenario where it's overwhelming and you can't pay attention to what's going on and you have no way to safeguard the seller's property. So in any event, when they come in, what you're trying to do is, hi y'all, hi guys, thanks for coming, take a look around, let me know if you have any questions. So now their shields are still down and you've given them permission to see the property. We do not want to make an assumption on, do you love it? All of that. The very next question that I like to ask them is, what do you think? At some point, they're going to take a look around. They're going to see the primary. They may take a look at the garage and then look at the house. And then they're going to find their way back to you in the kitchen. And you look at them and the smile, and you've got your little Cookie Monster apron on or whatever's going on there, but you got your suit on under it, and they can see that. Offer them a cookie and have a conversation. So what do you think? And that what do you think question is the most powerful question in your arsenal, because you're going to get the actual feedback that you want, and it's not tinted to one thing and you're not making any assumptions. And they start sharing quite a bit. And I think when we spoke earlier in Mega about listening as a martial art, you apply that here. You're going to listen as a martial art because you're listening for the 5 things that you need to put in a buyer portal. Although we are trying to find out if they're a match for this home, you are simultaneously trying to figure out, is this a home going to work for them? And if not, what is it going to take to put this person in a portal? So both hemispheres of your brain are processing 2 different things simultaneously. Amanda.
When do you ask them to sign in? I usually do when I say you don't get their information at all.
I do get their information, but they give it to me without me asking.
How do you do that?
I'm getting to that.
I'm sorry.
That's the whole magic that we're getting to. But a lot of people do have a sign-in sheet, and I'm not showing you the way it has to be done. I'm showing you the way that I do it. And you've all saw the way Elisa St. John does it, and she does have a sign-up sheet, and most agents do, and I think even Lisa does, but I don't. I actually do something completely different, and we're going to get there. But I want to give you guys a break before we get into the rest of the script. So we're going to take our break, come back from break when we're all refreshed, and we're going to start from the beginning of the script, and we're going to go all the way through the whole script. I'll see you back at 2:13.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back. I'm going to take us through the scripts that I use and have used for years at the open house, just sort of a natural evolution of scripts. But we're going to take a segue into the book that we're reading next month in our Realty Texas book club called Never Split the Difference. This was written by Chris Voss. He worked for the FBI, first for the LAPD and then the FBI as a hostage negotiator. He is the one that in the 1990s negotiated the United Airlines hostage situation for the guy who had the hostages on the tarmac, if you remember back then. And he made his way to Harvard, who Harvard had a negotiation course that they were like the gold standard. And FBI had their own negotiation, and both of them came together to see who was doing something well and who was doing something not so well. Because for the FBI, they're talking about life or death situations, and the hostage negotiators were the apex negotiator. Like the real estate is the apex salesperson, the hostage negotiator are the apex negotiators. So I'm going to read a little snippet out of this book that's very timely for the conversation that we're having right now about the open house. It says, what were needed were simple psychological tactics and strategies that worked in the field to calm people down, establish rapport, gain trust, elicit the verbalization of needs, and persuade the other guy of our empathy. It all starts with the universally applicable premise that people want to be understood and accepted. Listening is the cheapest yet most effective concession we can make to get there. By listening intensely, a negotiator demonstrates empathy and shows a sincere desire to better understand what the other side is experiencing. Psychotherapy research shows that when individuals feel listened to, they tend to listen to themselves more carefully and to openly evaluate and clarify their own thoughts and feelings. In addition, they tend to become less defensive and oppositional and more willing to listen to other points of view, which gets them to the calm and logical place where they can be good getting to yes problem solvers. And they put this in italics because they're referencing this other book, Getting to Yes. They can be good getting to yes problem solvers. The whole concept. This is listening as a martial art, balancing the subtle behaviors of emotional intelligence and the assertive skills of influence to gain access to the mind of another person. Contrary to popular opinion, listening is not a passive activity. It is the most active thing that you can do. All right. This is why both of these books are in our book club, and you get to sit with your sales manager once a week reading a paragraph and dissecting it with him. And I've taken the most critical business books that a real estate agent should have already read and put them in a group setting where you can sit with your peers and read the book together. And it's a very powerful thing. Right after Mega, we have our next book club coming up, Getting to Yes, Never Split the Difference. And I highly recommend that book. It changes your idea of what it means to be a negotiator for your clients how to properly negotiate. And we're going to be going right back to those books when we get to session 12 next Friday when we have our negotiation class. So when we have this on the screen here, when someone walks in the door, hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Acknowledge them, thank them for coming, and invite them to look around. And then let them do that. And then when they come back to you, what do you think? And in the most active way possible, you're going to listen to them as a martial art. And you're listening to them on two hemispheres of your brain simultaneously is the very best way that I can explain it. Because you're trying to simultaneously pre-prospect them in your brain as a buyer for this home, and if not this home, for another one, and keeping your fiduciary duties all while doing it. So we're intensely listening, and we're going to continue asking open-ended questions. And by the time we've done asking the third open-ended question, likely a good majority of the time, 60% of the time, they will have told you every single thing that you need to know. But don't interrupt them and don't stop them from talking, because they will continue talking and continue sharing. And that's very important that you let that happen. And you're filing things as they're saying. Little check marks are going off. Ding, that's one of the 5, and you're going to put it in item number 3, and you're listening. Ding, that's the second one. Okay, well, they're wanting a single story that's important to them. Okay, I'm literally filing and I'm listening as I'm going along and just paying attention to what's going on in the house around you as you're having this conversation with them real time. Because what I'm really trying to do is determine, is this house, what are they really looking for? And number of stories, max price, number of bedrooms, general area is really the things that I really need to know in order to put them in a good client gateway, and having an idea of the size of the home is important. So I did the 3 things, greeted them, acknowledged them, invited them to look around. They come back to me and I say, what do you think? Just like that. What do you think? And let them say, oh, I was really hoping that the primary had hardwood floors. I was hoping that 4th bedroom was bedroom, but it looks like it's an office. So I'm trying to figure out how to make this work. Got it. So you need a 4-bedroom? Yes. And, when they ask a question, you can ping them back with clarifying questions about why they asked, so that you can keep them talking, so that they can continue sharing with you. And they will. People like to share, and they're not going to be shy about sharing with you typically, especially if they've gotten to this point with their shields down. If you're thinking to yourself right now, well, they don't ever talk to me this way, then at some point along this journey, their shields went up, either at the front door, either at the driveway, either coming into the subdivision, either at the listing when they saw the photos, or when they walked in the front door and saw you, and the way you greeted them or didn't greet them. Somewhere along the line, those shields went up, and you have to go identify where in your system there is a breach that's causing shields to go up, that makes people come in and be very guarded. People are guarded when their shields are up. People are not guarded when their shields are down. If people are coming to you and over and over and over again, they're guarded, it's because they don't trust something that's happened in that scenario and has been caused by something. And you are the only one that can figure out what that is. So I'm showing you from point A to point Z here on the span, that we have to look at every single off-ramp that possibly could be an off-ramp for them in their trust or having their shields go up. Because once their shields go up, they're not coming back down. Tara.
One of the things when I first got into real estate, one of the things I struggled with was listening. And like certain people would make me feel anxious, especially because I was nervous being new. And when I was in therapy for a long time, and she taught me like this. I have taught it to so many people, because like when a lot of us have ADD. And so when people talk, we hear one word that they say and we get stuck on that word waiting for them to quit talking, and we don't hear anything else they're saying. So sometimes if I feel anxious when I'm listening to a client, because my thing is to let them talk, is if I am having a hard time focusing, I'll listen to their words and repeat their words that they're saying back into my head so I don't wander off. I don't
I think
interrupt them. It's one of the best skills, and every client I've ever had is like, "You listen." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I used to not." And that is the best skill. I even have a girl running for city council out here, and she's like, "You teaching me to listen," she goes, "changed my whole life." So it's really a really good skill if anyone wants me to like tell them what it is, like how to do it.
I think that's a great thing to bring to Mega Mini. I think that's awesome. I'm also going to throw out for the ADDs in the world at the open house. You can hyperfixate on trying to get the answers to the five things you're looking for. And if you hyperfixate on trying to get the answers, then you're going to turn yourself into the best listener at all because you're not hyper fixated on a word. You're hyper fixated on trying to get five answers. And you're going to then be focused on getting those, which is what you need to put them in a client gateway. So it both works. And please, Tara, in your Mega Minis, please share. And we got some exciting stuff coming to you for Mega Mini. We have the Realty Texas business plan that was designed for mega students, doing all of the prospecting tools that we speak about. And it was designed by me. And you're going to be going through and creating that business plan together tomorrow. And it's fill in the blank and it's all pre-calculated in an Excel spreadsheet. And it will calculate how much money you'll make based on the number of actions that you take. So look forward to that tomorrow as well. Thank you, Tara. Listen to everything they say, like Tara just said, but listen is a martial art. Be present, don't interrupt. Don't rush to respond. Give yourself a breath. Let them have an opportunity to share. It might be the only person who's listened to them that day. And that's something that they're going to appreciate because we're all busy. We're all going warp factor 9.975 throughout our day. And when someone takes a moment out of their day to hear you out, that's a meaningful thing. So, what we can bring to our clients is that once you're certain that they've shared everything that they're going to share, to keep them talking, and one last open-ended question is, so you're looking for what are you looking for? I use this question a lot because this goes along with what do you think? Often they tell me two or three things why it doesn't work for them. So now I'm geared with all these objections, which is helpful, but what are they looking for is very important because one example, I had one of my very first clients, Colin and Amanda Jer, I talked to you guys about these couples before. I helped them sell their first home, and they had a really unusually big backyard for their neighborhood. And that was their first house. They ended up wanting a much larger house and a new house. They went from a D.R. Horton to a Guillen house, so it was a completely different style, line, upgrades, all the things. But they bought a big 4,000 square foot two-story. And they bought it in Dyer Ranch, which is a community in Round Rock that's well known for having small backyards. And they were on the perimeter. And they backed up to another house that was also a two-story, and they had 7 feet from their patio to the fence in the back. It was a very small backyard. And I thought to myself, wow, this is a really big change for them in the backyard. But I didn't say anything because I was thinking to myself, well, obviously they've considered this already. And they lived in that home for 2 years, and they called me and said, we just can't handle this backyard. And I was thinking to myself, I was so small. I was wondering what you guys were thinking, but I didn't say that. And so then I helped them purchase a home at Arbor and Arbor, and they got this really beautiful backyard that was like an oasis. Now they're living in Leander in an acre property. And so it taught me something early on in my career that sometimes it's important to ask what you love about your home when they're selling, just as much as what you're looking for, because sometimes they trade. And they're so hyper focused on what they didn't have that they give up what they loved because sometimes we take for granted what we like about the home, and then we trade that on the next home and give up what we liked for something that we didn't have, which may ultimately be better or not. We don't know. And they did that in this case. So when they're in the open house and they're sharing with you, they're likely to have checked off the boxes of the things of what it does really well for them, but underscored in their brain the things that it doesn't, and they've shared with us what doesn't work. So if that's happened, which is most of the conversations really, so then my response to that, oh, so what are you looking for? And then, well, okay, so this is perfect actually. The number of stories and the area we want to, and then now they're telling me the whole rest of the story, which makes a lot more sense than what they just told me before, because they told me just, the bullet points things that it didn't work. And now I've opened an entire door and I'm seeing a whole different universe, and it's all making sense. Well, at this price point with a single story home, all the things, talking about the rarity of all things, now you can say, well, I know you're looking for, sounds like a single story home with upgraded wood floors in this price range in this community. That's pretty rare. And then we start talking about things about, well, what are you going to use the backyard for? And start talking to them about, what it is that they're going to do back there and that sort of thing to see how you can try to overcome what it is that their issue is. Like, it could be something really simple. Well, we really want to have hardwood floors. That's something that we really want. Got it. And now you realize this home could be fixed for that. Just like when I take a client to a builder. When we're at the builder, there's needs and there's wants. Would you agree? And lots of people have lots and lots of wants, and they go to the design center and they go hog wild crazy and then realize that this isn't going to appraise and they've gone crazy. And we're going to talk about that in our new home construction class. So then it becomes important to get the things that you can't fix later. Like you want the 3-car garage, then you need to give up the hardwood floors and then have the property built with a 3-car garage because it's not going to be possible to do that later because it's going to change the foundation and the roof line. So you can pay the extra $9,000 to have the third bay, and then a couple of years from now you can pull out the floors and put in the hardwood floor. So then you get the best of both worlds, because if you can only afford one, it's better to get the carpet in the 3rd-car garage because you can put in wood floors later, but you can't put in a 3rd-car garage later. So that same kind of concept happens here in their price point. What do they really need, and see if we can get them over that. But we're listening very carefully and we're listening to their objection, and people don't want to be sold a home. So we're not going to try to sell them a home, but we're going to try to figure out if it's possible to help them with their objections by listening and saying, well, I know that you really like the single story in this price range in this neighborhood. What else about the home do you like? And it's saying, so it's really the hardwood floors. It's the objection. Yeah, I've got some really good hardwood floor people. If you like, we can get a quote and see if that would, how much that actually would cost, and have that conversation with them. Well, do you think the sellers would pay it? Well, really can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that when I bought my home, I had carpet. I bought a model home and I had carpet in the primary, and I ripped it out before I even moved in and put in a hardwood floor. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, that's kind of the thing. You make it your own. That's the kind of conversation you have and use personal experience about things that you've done, and light bulb comes on. Oh, I see. This is, not that big of a deal to do something like that. Okay. Once I feel like I have a 360 view of what's going on with them, I've asked them, what do you think? What are you looking for? Asked a couple clarifying questions on some of the things they've said, introduced a couple of ideas on things that might help them overcome what they're looking for. One question is a good thing to ask them to help fill in the blanks if you're intently ADD focused on those 5 things and you don't have it yet, is to ask them the question, how'd you find the house? And this is a very purposeful script. This is not just thrown together. This one is, how'd you find the house? It's not how'd you find me. It's how'd you find the house? Just out of curiosity, why do you think I asked that question? Christina.
Right then and there, I can let you know if they have an agent without asking them if they have an agent. Because if it was sent directly to them versus they found on Zillow.
That's one of the three, and it's actually my number two. So yes, that's one of the three. Isolet, Indu, and then Damien.
I think for
Indu,
maybe the signs that you put out there and and you advertise, you want to find out if your advertisement and your signs are working for people who are looking for the open houses.
okay. Honestly, you're on the right track, but I don't care. I don't care about that question. That's not. I'm not. That's not a question that would be important enough for me to ask in as an interrupt in that dialogue. But you're very close. You're very close. Part of that is true. I'm gonna hear from Damien, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah,
Damien.
pretty much the same thing. I was thinking marketing. It shows your marketing channels and if you're hitting the right channels in your marketing and your targeting that you're doing.
I mean, here I'm trying to convert a buyer. Nothing could be more important than having this buyer in front of me right now. So I'm not going to be looking for R&D on my marketing if it's working. It's the last thing I'm going to get involved with. So I get the idea here, but I'm not going to change parity for, I want analytics for my business. And here I have a buyer in front of me and just say, by the way, in the middle of this, pre-qualifying you, is my marketing working? And that's not it. That's not it at all. But we're kind of on the right track, but just let me tell you why. It's because I want to know if they saw it online and if there were the 70% that saw it and they saw the price, they saw the square footage, they saw the whole thing, and they came out knowing all that information, or if they were just walking down the street and wandered in having no idea what the price was. Because you see, if this person saw the property on Zillow, this price did not scare them away, and the photos and everything about the home, this is a very, very interested buyer. And the price doesn't scare them at all. How many of you have had someone walk in their front door and ask the price and you say 400 and they're like, "Oh my gosh, really? Oh, I think I'm in like the $150,000 range," right? So you have that kind of gasp for a minute and you're like, "Oh, okay, got it. They were just walking down the street. They had no idea." Versus, "How'd you find the home?" "Oh, it was on Zillow." In 1 nanosecond, they just told me 1,000 things. They saw it online. It was interesting enough for them to get in the car, drive all the way over here to check it out, and the price did not scare them away. You see, so I filled in a whole lot of blanks by asking that one question. So asking that question answers a lot of questions. If they say Zillow or an online portal, then likely they don't have an agent. But Christina said, "Oh, my real estate agent sent it to me." Ah, okay. Now I just learned a whole bunch of stuff on the other hemisphere. This is a viable prospect for this home. So now I asked them, what brought you out or how'd you find the house? And they've told me it wasn't the sign at the open house and it wasn't Zillow. They saw it on their agent's gateway. So then we know exactly what road we're going to go down in our very next question. So we've got to be thinking in the mindset of I need to learn as much as I can from this person. They're going to be naturally guarded, so I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that they don't put their guards up. And I'm going to ask them unrelated questions that's going to get me to the answer without asking them, do you have an agent which is going to put their guards up and they're going to lie to me and say that they do anyway? So I don't want to ask that question. I want to ask another question that gets me the answer with them having no idea why I asked the question. That's the science behind being very specific and calculated in exactly the conversation. You see, I'm having a conversation with them, and the conversation they're having with me is not the same conversation, and they have no idea because I'm just being friendly Jack, asking questions. That's awesome. That's so cool. Just being very conversational and very approachable. These are the 5 things I'm looking for. Area, location, where do you want to live? Size, square footage, how much space and bedrooms do you need? Then beds and baths is a separate topic. How many bedrooms and baths? What's the minimum that you need? Then, do you care if the primary is up or down? Then what is the max price? I've already shared with you already how I'm able to get the max price because that's always been an issue for me and probably the first couple of years. So what price range? And I could tell because the husband and the husband would always say, like 350. And the wife would look at him and say, like 425. And then I realize, he's thinking he's negotiating with me. So if he tells me a lower number, somehow that's going to result in him buying this house for less. And that's not at all where my mind is. And she's, telling him to, stop it and tell me the real price. And you have that interaction happen enough times, you realize that just off the cuff, they're going to feel like they're already negotiating with you. So I needed to figure out, how can I ask them the max price without them trying to negotiate with me? And that's when I came up with the idea of, because I don't want to hide anything from you. So if they found it from Zillow, I start talking about the online portals. Got it. So you found it on Zillow. That's awesome. And then we talk about the home and we figure out what they're looking for. Have you seen any other homes that you like? And ask that question. And then I learned that this home is not going to work. It's not going to overcome. Yep, we need to have a fourth bedroom, and so this one's a three-story. This one's a three-bedroom. It has an office. They need a four-bedroom and an office. It's not going to work. We think it through. Like, it's just not going to work. Got it. So you're looking for a four-bedroom and an office. Yeah. Have you seen anything else you're looking for? In this moment now, you are a free agent. You are absolved of your fiduciary duties to the seller, in that this buyer has determined that this house is not going to work for them. So at the level and length of where we draw that line has to be something reasonable. It has to be something reasonable, something that they're not naturally going to be able to cure. So then I'm getting the 5 of these, and I talk to them about the MLS portal. Well, there's a product that the real estate agents have that is called the MLS. It's a way that we can share listings with our clients before anybody else receives them. In fact, the moment a listing agent puts a new listing in the MLS, it immediately sends them a trigger and lets them know it was listed, specifically in what they're looking for: price range, size, number of square footage. We have over 250 different metrics that we can add to have a very, very specific criteria to send you exactly what you're looking for as a trigger. And again, it shows up in your inbox even before it shows up on Zillow. And there are brokerages who don't submit any of their listings to Zillow. So Zillow doesn't have them all. And then their mind is blown. And I said, it costs nothing. I can set that up for you if you like. And I have my laptop already open. So you said you were looking for a 2-story home, and you said that you have to have at least a 4-bedroom plus an office. And you said that this would work for you. And this is 1,300 square foot. So, 1,200 to 1,500 square foot. Okay. And I respond back to them everything they just told me, and they had no idea that I was thinking and listening, and I could retain all of that conversation. And then I say, and what's the max price? And then I say, because I don't want to hide anything from you, because it's not going to send you anything that's more than that. And then they're like, oh, so you might even want to pad it so that you can see above the range. And then they say, oh, just put it at 500. Got it. 500, anything under 500. Okay. And then I'll put it at 515 minus, and I'll click save. And then I turn my laptop on and say, okay, fill out your email address here, and then put your name here and put your phone number here. And they type on my laptop and they give me all their data, which was the answer to the question that I got from Amanda, because they literally type it in on my laptop and I didn't ask them for it. They just gave it to me through the conversation. It works very, very well, and I do it all the time. And it's how I convert so many people at an open house. But you see, I found something that worked for me. It's not without a massive amount of research and self-study, and I did so many of them, more than 1,000, did so many of them, that I started seeing patterns and starting understanding the flow of things a little bit better and working out of my head, and then created a system. Lisa St. John has a system. She's taken what I've taught and kind of created her own thing. And it's okay to create your own thing. That's the whole purpose of what you're trying to build, is create your own thing. But you have to start with a system. My recommendation would be to start with my system and then tweak it until you tweak the system that I have into something that really works well for you. And there's a lot of agents here that use my system without any tweaks at all, and that's okay too. Miriam.
I hope this isn't a stupid question, but are you, because I really like this idea, but are you using your phone as a hotspot? Are you asking the sellers if you can have their internet password? Like, how are you getting internet access?
So my phone already has, I've already hotspotted it to my phone, and the screen has the MLS open in the background. But not only does it have the MLS open in the background, and sometimes I'm using now MLS Plus, but I also have the property the virtual tour that we have on my laptop screen when they walk in, but it's already hotspotted and ready to go. I'm plugged in. My laptop is plugged into the wall. My phone is plugged into my laptop. I'm not going to have any issues with power, and everything's hotspotted. And one of the very first thing I do when I come in to set up is I set up my hotspot and get it turned on. So exactly right. And so those are the five things that we're looking for. And, just like Janice mentioned here, there are devices, USB devices that you plug into your laptop where your laptop is connected all the time, period, always on. And so those hotspots, you can hotspot your phone or you can have a third-party hotspot. And sometimes even some vehicles now are coming with portable hotspots that you can take from your car into your house and it connects you to the grid, which is cool. So remember the act of listening. Remember the listening is a martial art. You're listening for the five things and you're repeating those five things back to them. That's really the mark of a master salesperson. It demonstrates active listening, genuine care, professionalism, and a level of attention and precision that is really missing in business today. And it's going to make you stand out in a crowd. And people are going to think, this person, they kind of get me. They understand me. I mean, I just said all this information and they took all of this information and they simplified it into a search. I mean, that's unheard of in today's business when we are fighting with people on the phone just to, understand us at all and then transfers to someone else and go in circles. So people are going to latch on to you when you communicate back to them exactly the five things. So let them know before they leave the day, before they leave and walk out of the open house. By the way, as you're getting these listings, you can mark them favorite or possibility based on how much you like it. There's also a note that you can add. And when you add notes, I'll be able to see those notes. And when you want to see one of them, just let me know and I can show it to you. And then I send them an RPR on the first one they favorite. And I get an email that says they just entered the portal. And I'm like, yay, they're in the portal. And then I send, as soon as I see a favorite, I send them an RPR report via email because they've given me their email address and their phone number. And I might get their phone number. I might not get their phone number, but typically they don't not give me their phone number. And I'm able to reach back out to them and thank them for coming to the open house and remind them that there's listings, and if there's any other criteria they want me to change the listing portal, that I can add tweaks to it and I can meet them at the property. And you should be getting 5, 6, 7 people. You should not have an open house with less than 7 people come. And you should be able to get probably half of those people to have a good, solid conversation with you where you get their information. That should be your statistics. Now, here is a MLS home search quick setup that I've created. It is in your packet and you have it. My recommendation is that you have this ready. You can even have pads made where it's an entire notepad and you bring it to your open house and then you fill it out with everything that they said and then give it back to them and say, is this correct? And you have your information and your phone number and they walk out of there with you writing down everything that they were looking for and taking a picture of it with your cell phone. And that is something that I've been doing recently, is clarifying their home search with my information on. I say, okay, here's what your search portal is. So if you decide that you want to change it, this is how I set it up. And you can even create your own search. And now they're leaving the house with something, that a flyer that they would probably throw away. They're not going to throw this away. They actually keep it. Christina.
Because I know you're intentional in every single thing you do. Why is the tell us why you're here, or tell us where you are so far down there at the bottom there twice?
Um, it's not intentional. Not intentional. This no, that I think it might even be an overlay. Nope. Indu.
So, Jack, is there a digital copy also for this one so that people can, if I can put this on my iPad, they enter it digitally?
Yep, I have what I call the crystallization worksheet, and I built it for the sales department, and it's a version that I have. And so you can create your own. You can have pads made. just create using Canva. I have a sheet for you guys that's in your packet that you guys can use on your own. But yes, I think that you should have one of these, and I typically fill it out for them based on what they've told me and then let them know this is how the portal was set up. It's the reverse way. Instead of asking them to fill it out for me and give it to me, it's kind of this reverse psychology that I've proven to them, that I listen to them and I filled it out and say, okay, this is how I set up your portal. And if you need any changes, I can change the portal. Just let me know how you like it changed. And now we have this kind of informal thing where they've got this product for me, it costs them nothing, and now they're walking out with a piece of paper that proved to them that I listened to them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. We have absolutely listened with the martial art here. So that we're not going to go through this slide because I've already gone through it 5 or 6 times. But what we are going to do is watch the 10-minute video. Actually, this is a longer one. This is a longer video. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna mix up your groups. I'm gonna put 5 groups together, and then I want you guys to watch this entire video and then come back from that breakout room, and um, we will award the winner. And by the way, of course, the last breakout room, Miriam was in group 4 rather, and her group got the points for that last one. So I'm sending that over to Miriam. I know that I forgot to tell you guys that, but we're gonna mix them back up, and we're going to put you back in groups of, I think we're going to have 5 groups. Watch this long video, come back, and this is the whole open house from start all the way to finish. As soon as we come back from break, it's 2:51. I'll see you back at 3 o'clock, and then we'll watch the video right at 3.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that they'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, you are all doing such a fantastic job. I am very proud of my Mega 17. You're doing really, really good work here. We had a lot of information to cover last class and a lot of information to cover today. There was a lot of technical aspects to it, a lot of information, and you all absorbed it really well. I feel like you've got a good grasp of it. I want to throw you into the breakout session, but right before we do, I know that you guys have had questions on different topics, and we've been trying to keep the class on track so that we don't lose track of where we are. But this is actually a good time if you have a couple of questions on any of the topics that we've spoken about on Monday or today, to make sure that we've got a good foundation before we move on. Anybody have any questions that are on this topic of listing appointments, open house day, all of that? Charles, thank you.
Hey, Jack. Yeah, I have a question on the CTX MLS. Is that something that we do out of the Austin market as well? Put it in as CTX MLS? Because, I don't know. I don't guess I have access, so not sure how that would work.
Yep, Central Texas MLS is a shareholder association from a number of realtor associations. So you can purchase and subscribe to CTX through the Colleen Fort Hood Board, Fort Cavazos Board of Realtors, or Colleen Board of Realtors, or Temple Belton, or Williamson County, or Four Rivers. Technically, there are others, but in our area, those would be the one that makes sense. So you'd have to call one of those participating associations and subscribe to the MLS. You can subscribe to the MLS without being a member of any one of those boards. You just have to be a member of a board somewhere, and then you can go around subscribing to all the MLSs that you want. Sometimes it's a good idea to be a secondary member, but that comes with a cost. So membership to the board, completely different from subscribing to an MLS. So call any one of those MLSs and let them know you'd like to subscribe. I subscribe through 5 Points, which is Williamson County. And Lisa, what is the cost? I'm way far away from that at this point.
$38.
Okay. $38.
And
Okay.
Lisa and I are on the board.
Yep.
5 points is awesome.
Yes, I'm on the board too, and it is, but you just have to follow the rules. So make sure you know what you're doing and take the training.
Well, Jeanette, when they say they're on the board, they're actually serving on the board of directors as officers for the association.
I'm not quite there.
Not quite there, but you are a member of the board, and we do appreciate that. But you don't have to be a member of 5 Points / Williamson County to subscribe to the CTX MLS was the point. Did you have a follow-up question, Charles, or did that answer it?
No, that pretty well answered it. So I wouldn't have to be a member of 5 Points. I could subscribe directly to CTX. I guess, is there a website for that for me to go to and make a payment?
So again, you're very close. You have to call 5 Points and let them know that you would like to be a non-member subscriber. And you will pay 5 Points for the MLS, but you won't have to be a member and you won't pay any dues to them. You'll just pay for the MLS subscription.
Gotcha.
Exactly right. Miriam, I see your hand up.
Sorry, didn't mean to put it up.
Oh, okay. Does anybody else have any questions before we go into our breakout questions on any of the topics we've had so far? Melinda.
Are you going to put the QR code in the chat so I can activate that video from that?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Because then I can share.
Actually, I can't because I didn't make it a link. So I would literally have to myself scan it.
Oh, so how do I do it then? I just didn't know.
Hi, and welcome to Realty Texas University.
Well, thank you. All right. I'm going to go the only way that I can. I want you to go into Teams and go into the Mega 17 group chat, and the link will be there for you, and you can play it from there. Eden, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, I'm sorry, it's not a question, but I want to, not related to the things that we went on, but there was a portion that you were showing 2 videos. One of them was homework, but I couldn't find it on that link that you had with all the classes, which is right now playing the 17.8 class. I could not find it, and some other agents mentioned that they don't see it as well.
It'll be sent out in the after class roll-up email.
Okay. Thank you.
This is a 19-minute video, so this is going to be the longest one that you have and the longest one that we have at all. So I'm going to put you in here for 25 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I know you only had 2 minutes to debrief and it was a long video. Are we sufficiently debriefed? Okay, let's start with group 5. Again, group 5 is Charles, Mohammed, Sarah, Tara, and Veronica. Who is the captain out of that group?
I think I will. I think I am because I kind of wrote down everything. So what we took away from it was directional signs, like putting the directional signs. I always say drive it as without your map to see if you can get to the house. The index card over the doorbell, because we have noticed that a lot of people do ring the doorbell at open houses, and putting that sign out would be really good. Putting the balloons out, cookies in the house is a great asset. Getting open house signs that actually have the time, because I notice sometimes I put mine out early, but they don't know when it is. They just see the open house signs. And so I need to get writers with like that have the sign, like the time on it. And that was all I had written down for the 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Group 4, Jeanette, Isabel, Denise, Christina, Damian.
Yes, sir. That was me. So the biggest couple of the biggest things we took away was number one is have the customers or the clients get a memory through the sense of the cookies and the smell of the cookies. Also talking about the oven and having that in there. Great ideas on open questions, different questions to ask and stuff, and about lending, having a lender, etc. Um, like not having the sign-in sheet to get their information, get that in different ways. Being ready with a card for the welcome in, like over the doorbell or things so they can just walk right in and don't have to knock, etc. And signs, definitely the signs. I like the idea of the 10-foot flags to put at the end of the driveway. Just so you kind of recognize the house and that that's what it is besides just the sign. You're making it that party. And that's about what we came up with.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you. Group 3, Isolette, Melissa, Marlene, Kevin, Janice, and David.
That'll be me.
Hello.
Okay. So for our group, the main takeaways were definitely to be prepared, to advertise and announce everything, and then also like the timing of it all, of announcing everything and your advertising when you put it in the MLS and all of that. And then that people are always watching you. So whenever you are putting in all this hard work for these listing appointments, you're potentially, you're advertising what kind of work that you're putting out there and setting the precedent for all the other buyers and all the other people. And I think that was it.
I think one of the big takeaways from Mega as a whole is being prepared.
Yes.
That is kind of the underlying theme. So I really appreciated that you said that, Marlene. Thank you. Group 2, Bryce, Dominique, Eden, Mia, Miriam. Who is the captain out of group 2?
That'd
Hello,
be
Bryce.
me. Hi.
Welcome to
So,
Mega. Is
thank
this,
you.
well, how many modules have you taken in Mega?
This is my first
This is the first one because I don't remember
class. Yeah,
having
I
you
jumped
pop
in a
in.
little late.
Well, welcome to class.
Thank you. So, our main takeaways as a group was basically you're curating a whole experience for these prospects, right? It's from start to finish, whether they saw the house online on the MLS, the marketing photos, to either driving by a community and seeing that sign and getting to the house properly. Walking out of their car, they see that your sign is nice, clean, professional. And then getting up to the door, I've, toured homes as well and be like, is this the right house? Do I knock? But, having that sign, welcome, please help, please come in, instantly lets that guard down, instantly. They don't feel nervous that is it the right time. So it's those attention to details that really stand out. And then definitely making that first point of contact, and then setting that sheet, I guess the sign up sheet near the beverages and the cookies kind of really do draw people towards that counter after they've looked around. You don't breathe over their shoulder. You let them really, take it all in, and then you start slowly building that burning relationship, asking those semi-personal questions here and there while you're also getting those five. So I think it's just, having that experience from start to finish. Because if you have that attention to detail, throughout the whole period, it's going to show that if you are going to go under contract, that from under contract to closing, you're going to have that care and attention to detail as well throughout the whole process.
Very nice, Bryce. Thank you for taking on the role of captain. You did your team very well.
Thank you.
Group 1 is Amanda, Indu, Eric, Jocelyn, and Melinda. Group 1.
I'm the captain, Jack, for group
Thank you,
one.
Indu.
And we all discussed, and I think we all have one point at least to add to the video, and we all think that video was amazing because it really simplified the steps and to remember and memorize and maybe take away one practice that we can at least apply to our existing, strategy of doing open houses and, collecting more prospects and making an impact and converting them right there on the open house. So Melinda, she basically liked how they told about going door to door right before your open house. So we have prospects not only just from our advertisement, from MLSs, both the MLSs, but also from the neighbors. And Amanda liked how they created the MLS search and how easy it was for her to convert a prospect to enter their name and information right there on the MLS. So there was no pressure they felt. And Jocelyn said that, yes, the best she liked was that, she did not let go the opportunity of asking for the referrals before they, up, they parted. Eric said that he has been doing both the MLSs and he has picked up most of his clients through the open houses. So that is one part that he said. And from my side, I think the whole video, of course, and then the ease that she has given to the client while she asked him about the area, the bedroom, the school, and then she repeated herself. Then she went on to the name of his wife, and then related his wife's name to her sister. So that was a quite making a very right there. They made a relationship right there. That okay, yeah, I have somebody, and then right there they connected, and you created the trust between both of them. And
Common
then
ground.
she also, yes, a common ground. Yeah, and then the price range she asked, so that is one thing people are not very open with, but he right away gave the price also, the range also, and entered his information, and he was ready for the gateway. So yeah, it was an amazing video. I really liked it. We all liked it.
Thank you, Indu. All right. So, Lisa, I'm going to let you award the points. And while she is doing that, we're going to take a break at 4 o'clock. So we're going to go about 20 more minutes. We're going to take a field trip to our MLS because I suspect we're going to need to dust it off because there might be some things lingering in there from prior brokerages or teams. It's always interesting what we see when we do this. So I would like for you to go ahead and open up your version of Matrix or your MLS, and let's just verify. I know that we like to do the portal using our MLS Plus, but that's not the only way. There's also Matrix. When you log into Matrix and you click on the My Matrix tab, you click on Settings. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to first My Information, and you will see 6 tabs across the top. And you need to do this in all your MLSs. So if you have HAR and Actress and CTX MLS, this will be partly kind of a homework assignment. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come down and we're going to make sure that all of this information is correct. Your email address, your website, all the information. The second tab is header and footer. This header is something that we've made for you. It's actually inside your social folders in your branded content, and it's the MLS header. And you can select a banner. You can go to your MLS branded content in the dashboard we've given you and download one of 10 different, actually there's probably like 20 different templates for you to use, and you can upload it here. It just makes the website, One Home, look that much nicer. It was perfectly designed for it, and the banner across the top with your phone number and all your information across the top. And you can update the branding of the One Home website to match our colors using the branding link. Now, all of this information is actually in the slides too. So I'm just kind of showing you where and what you're going to want to spend some attention to. I also recommend that you go into your email and copy and paste your email signature and paste your email signature that you're currently using here so that when One Home is sending an email to your client, it looks like the same email that you're sending them. Or at least be intentional about the information that you are sending them in this, knowing that the system is going to be blasting emails to them, you at least want to configure this and set it up correctly. Then you have the One Home tab, and the One Home tab has a title, a content, and a video link. The title and content is what is showing up when someone visits the One Home. When someone goes to the portal, which is your MLS portal, I'll show you how to get to that, and so you can see your MLS portal here in a second. You can see what it looks like when it opens and where this content is. So if you go up to auto emails and if you open one of them, you'll see this open in One Home link. And this is what the customer sees when they open their portal. My properties, there's a planner, and you can design and set up this website to look how you want it to show for your clients. And all of the settings that you're putting on this matrix tab matter. Sometimes people think that the company name and the phone number and the email address is pulling from your MLS information, and it's not. These are all just fill in the blank text fields. So if you haven't filled it out, it's all empty. Or if you filled it out and it's wrong, then it's very wrong. So the next thing that I'm going to bring to your attention, which I think is really, really important, is the portal notification settings. First, register your phone number with the carrier network so that you can receive SMS messages when your client opens the portal for the first time, when they favorite a listing, so that you can have SMS notifications. And then you can turn on these notifications. And for me, when a client adds a note or when they visit a portal for the first time, I want an immediate notification via email. And then I also want an immediate notification via text message. And also when they save a favorite, I also want a text message. So you can set up what you're getting via email, via text, and a daily summary email, and displaying on the timeline, which I'll show you in a minute. But for me, I want a text message when my client adds a favorite, adds a note, or visits the portal for the first time. And if you set these up and you're using the portal like I recommend at the open house, then when you leave and you see the client has accessed the portal for the first time, you're getting a text message. Ding, Antonio opened the portal, and now you can start seeing their favorites as they're doing it real time. And I find a lot of value in that because if you don't open the MLS often, they may have favorited 4 or 5 properties and you have no idea. So this way, the MLS will be authorized to start communicating to you what your buyer activity is happening inside the MLS. And again, often that information is very old. And this spans, this is all the different matrix versions of the MLS, which is Netris, Houston, CTX MLS, and Austin, all have the same type of settings when you go to My Matrix and you click on Settings. You've got My Information on the top left corner, and then you have Portal Notifications. Those are the 2 sections that I recommend that you spend a few minutes getting all of that cleaned up. Visit the portal. And if you've not done a portal before, I'm going to do one for you right here so you can see how that's done. And it's quite simple. So let's create a quick portal. I'm going to do a residential search of a client that's looking for a home that's a single story, under $500,000 in Round Rock. And let's just say under 850 in Round Rock. That is 3,000 square feet plus. That gives me 3 listings. So I run the results. I see the 3 listings. And now I want to save it so that if Any new listings within this criteria are listed, that my client will get an immediate notification. And if they go pending, they will be notified. So anything in this range, anything in this criteria, they'll be immediately notified based on how I set it up. We're going to click the save button and click on new auto email. Now I can click new contact, or I can pick someone from my contact list. And I'm going to pick on Miguel. Now, I think that this is psychologically relevant, right? When I set them up on a portal, they're going to receive the email in their own email, and they're looking at it from their point of view. So sometimes agents put your home search and they get it and it says your home search, but they're not a your, they're a me. So I always put my home search. Or you can say my Round Rock search, but now it's kind of personalized to them. And if they have multiple, be like this, my home search Round Rock. So it's kind of personal when they get it. And at the bottom, I've got a couple of very important settings. And this is all the settings are. And we click save, and they're going to get a portal notification to enter the portal. But it's either ASAP, which means every single time a new listing is modified or changed or added, they're going to get a separate notification for that. Or they can get a daily email or a monthly email. I set up my sellers on a monthly email. So well, it's actually technically my buyers. When my buyer purchased a home, I set them up in the MLS for non-expiring portal for their home. Same number of stories, 20% of the same size, as if I was doing a CMA. And then once a month, they're getting an email from the MLS of everything that's going on with the homes around their same size. And they actually really like that. And sometimes they ask me questions about it. So we click save, and it's done. Now, if I want to find this home search that I've created, because it's done and now it's being sent, I click my home search, I click auto emails, and you will see it here. It has no green dot because it hasn't been activated yet. But as soon as Miguel gets the email and accepts it, it'll turn it into a green dot. Then I'll receive a text message that Miguel entered the portal for the first time. Then I can click the results here. And there's some other things I can do and looking at the favorites and possibilities. And when I log into the matrix for the first time, then I will see right here if they favorited any properties right here on the recent one home visitors link. Melissa.
So I have set up, did the banner and went through and changed all the information. But from I was an agent 6 years ago and I worked for a different brokerage. When the auto email goes out, it has my old information on there, but I can't find the old information anywhere to change it. Everywhere I've put Realty Texas and all
So
that. Is there a
if
phone
you,
number I can call to get someone to help me?
well, I can show you where it's at.
Okay.
If you click on the My Matrix tab and you click on settings and you click on My Information,
Yeah, no, I changed all that. It's
you
correct.
have you have
Yeah,
it
it's
here.
all correct there. It's only in the email
You
that you
have,
can see that.
well, so the email would be the email signature, and that would be here.
I had the same problem. I had to go into the branding area.
And there's this area, and if you've uploaded it and it's on an image, then it would be here as an image. So this settings tab has my information.
Mhm.
You've got a branding section which simply has the Realty Texas logo, unlock logos. There shouldn't be anything about the agent in here because this is all firm stuff. But my information and portal notification settings are where all the contact information settings. So it's either in the email signature or the one home page or the information tab.
If
That's where
you
all.
go in, if you check the box and then save and then uncheck the box, it might. I had to do that and it fixed mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try that.
And
Okay.
if you see the content here, then yes, you have to check it, delete it, and uncheck it. Because if you're seeing it on the form, it's actually there.
Yeah, it's like I said, on the form here, it's all correct. It's all everywhere you can find it. The only way I would know is that, I sent the email to me as well, and it had my old phone number and my old brokerage on there. So, okay. Thank you.
All right. It is time for break. Let's come back at 4:05. Alrighty, welcome back from break, everyone. I know you are all having fun with the MLS and playing with all your settings, which is exactly the intent. Make sure that when you set someone up on a portal that you have good communication between you knowing when they have favorited a property, and when you're messaging them, it looks as professional as possible. You got your headers, your banners, the correct information. It doesn't have incorrect information and all of that. Okay. Tomorrow at Mega Mini, you're going to be talking about business planning for 2026, and you're going to be filling out a business plan. And that business plan that you're filling out is going to make some commitments for yourself in actions that you're going to take 2026 to help fill your pipelines and do prospecting that's going to pull buyers into your business and help you fill your pipelines. I'm guessing that open houses is going to be a big part of that. And we have Isolet, and we've got Kim Dale and a bunch of other agents here that have a lot of listings that, as long as you are showing up prepared and doing an excellent job and representing them and the company well, are happy to have you host their inventory, because they need more people hosting up that inventory because, well, just like us, they can only be in one place at one time. So where can you find the open house opportunities? We do have it on our dashboard, but we also have it in the app. So this is actually something good for a listing agent to know, just as a tenant, a buyer who wants to, or an agent that's going to do an open house. So let's click the hamburger in the bottom right corner, and you'll see the open house section. The open house section has a list of every open house that's currently available to host. And if you can see who the agent is, Isolette, Diana, you click the address, and then you can click to host the open house. If you've signed up for one, then you click the hosting tab, and it'll show you the one that you agreed to host. That way, if you forget which one did I sign up for, you can go and it'll show all the future open houses that you've signed up for. And you can click the hosted tab, and it will show you all of the open houses that you have hosted in the past. So you have a history there. And it is this history that's showing up in your CXM as part of your business plan to show the accountability of, you said you were going to do, 3 or 4 open houses a month, and how many have you actually done to help you stay on track. And for the listing agents like Isolet and Kim Dale, this is in the app. They probably don't even know about it. But when you click on the My Listing, it shows your listings and which agent is actually hosting it. So if, Saturday comes around or Sunday, they can go here and they can see which agent signed up for it so that they don't lose track of who's doing what where. Looks like Phyllis is doing this one in Georgetown on Jennings an example. Tara.
I'm trying to keep track of how many open houses I do this year. So am I supposed to put it in here?
If you
It's like
sign
I've
up,
done 3 this year and they're not in here. So is that something I need to put in?
did you sign up for them on the dashboard?
No. That's how they feed over?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank
Yep,
you.
you can sign up for them here, or you can sign up for them on the dashboard. So this is how you do it in the app. I'm going to take you over to the dashboard which also has the same open house features where you can come here and you can click the host it button for a property and it pops up and it asks you to make the commitment that you're going to be on time, that you understand what intermediary rules are, all the things that I kind of spoke about today is the best practices. And you click agree, and then it's going to assign you to that listing and notify the listing agent that you've signed up to host that open house.
But that's only for Realty Texas listings,
They can only do open houses for Realty Texas listings.
unless it's a builder, but then it won't show in there.
Well, if it's a builder, hopefully that they're going to get the listing. And then it would. All right, I love it. Eden, I see your hand up.
So the open house that we did with for Isolate in Sense, I don't see it on the list here. So is it something that I'm supposed to put in?
It is, yes. When you're gonna sign up to do an open house and you're the hoster, then you go to the .me and you find an open house that you'd like to sign up for. You click the host button and then you sign up for it, and now you're the dedicated person for that. What it does is it allows our listing agents, we automatically pull the open house records directly from the MLS. The moment the agent clicks in the MLS to save the upcoming open house records in the MLS, our system automatically ingests them from the MLS and lists them here. And then it has it on an open house sort of plate where people can come and check them out and be the first come to first serve. We're asking our agents to please make the open houses available as early on Monday as possible so that we have 5 days in advance to advertise them. And my staff oftentimes will take the open houses and actually run Facebook ads in the background, and you don't even know that that's happening. Tara.
So, like, if you do your own open house on your own listing, do you still go through the system?
You should, because if you don't, someone's going to sign up for it and you're going to have to call them and give them the bad news.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Isabel.
So if you're doing your own open house, how do you market not available so that the other agent doesn't go and market?
So you log in, you click on the Cesium product. And inside Cesium, we have the My MLS open houses. And then you pick it and say, I will host. And if there's someone who signed up and you don't want them to do it, you say cancel agent and then say I will host. And then you're taking control of it. But what we do as well is you receive an email the moment it's ingested. So you're the listing agent. Only the listing agent gets an email. So you click save in the MLS. Within 3 seconds, there will be an email in your inbox showing the open house records are there. So then you go to your dashboard and you mark I will host. So you've just marked them open house in the MLS just now. And then the very next thing you do is go into our system and say that you're going to host them. Excellent questions. Go back to the slide deck here. Denise.
I've had the interesting experience of an agent selling their own home, listed, but then didn't go to the .me and say they're hosting their own open house.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until I clicked hosted, then I got a call saying, don't come because I live there and I'm hosting my own.
Yep. That's
Or
exactly right.
they select
So,
one platform but not the other, and then it looks like two of us are showing up for the same house.
well, part of the pop-up that pops up there says that you're going to call the listing agent. You're going to ask them if there's anything you know about the home. If someone asks to use the bathroom, what do you do? And all the things. So when you click the host it button, you should be calling the listing agent, having a conversation with them. And at that point, you would immediately know that they're hosting it themselves. Lisa, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, because sometimes our listing agents who have, 5, 10 listings at a time, it's a lot for them to have to it's a timing issue. Some of you are so quick, and thank you for that. I love it when you sign up so quickly, that they haven't had time to go back in. They haven't realized it's dropped in to go back in to say they're hosting it themselves. So that does happen. So rule of thumb, just call the listing agent as soon as you sign up, and what Jack just said, and that will alleviate that.
Okay, it is 4:11. You guys are being let out early today. I will see you back on Friday. I know Christina's like, wait, I just got 45 minutes. Yes, you did. But I want you to make sure you do your homework, catch up on your homework, and I would like you to make me a promise because not so fast. You think you're getting 45 minutes, but you're actually not. I am going to ask you to use these last 4 minutes, and guess what I'm going to ask you to do?
Take the test.
No.
Oh,
I'm going to
my.
ask you to pick
Have our
up the
business plan
phone
ready.
and I want you to make at least 5 sphere calls to someone that you have not spoken to in at least 3 months. I don't care if they're from high school or from college or from a prior work, and I want to introduce to them the fact that you are in real estate, and you would love it if they would refer you to someone that they know that is looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And I would like you to use the Realty Texas app so that in the morning, Mr. Gavin Walker is going to put on my desk a report of those 5 calls so that I can check off that it was all done for every single person that was in Mega. And so you know the accountability level here because it's going to be on my desk at 8:30 in the morning. Those calls were made. So I look forward to hearing about those calls. And the goal, if I were you, make those calls until you get a referral. Because again, the promise that we make in Mega is that you walk away with Mega with your pipelines filled. I want to see a buyer come out of this or a possible listing appointment come out of this. That is what it's about. Christina,
You said it has to be Sphere, or was that for people who don't have
it can
existing
be anyone.
clients?
It can be
Okay.
anyone.
Okay, got it.
Yep. I just don't want you to go into the opportunity vault and pound the vault. I want it to be someone that you know. Yeah, it could be a past client, but it's not an opportunity vault. Eden,
Yeah, so do we have to put those clients in the chat here, or
no,
Gavin?
no.
Give
You
it
can
a
go
tell.
into if they're not in your CXM, you can go to your app and you can pound in the 10-digit number, or you can add them as a contact and call. But nothing is going to get in your way between now and making those calls. And you only have 45 minutes, so I don't want to get in your way. So if any of you have any issues, you can always give Mr. Walker a call. He already knows this is going on, and he's very excited to see all the outbound calls that are about to happen and the leads you're going to get from him. With that, we will see you tomorrow in Mega Mini. 45 minutes of calls. This is not playtime or homework time, right? It is call time. I'm very excited to see what comes from this. Thank you for making your calls. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.